Messy hair today. Very messy. Hey, Anima. I meant to get something to eat. I guess I'll wait a minute so I'm not just like streaming nothing at the start of the stream. Hello, Cubes. Hey, Flopson. Hey, Keki. Hey, Guns on Buns. I'm good. Something weird happened, bro. I woke up this morning and like I felt dizzy. Should we try and diagnose my problem? I think it might just be dehydration. Cause it's so fucking hot, man. Sleep apnea. I have a weird thing where like I feel like I might have sleep apnea too. Maybe it's a combination. Low blood sugar. What does that? What's that caused by? I feel like I eat a lot of sugar, but does that mean that I could have low blood sugar? How does that work? Surely it's the opposite way around. Surely I got loads of high blood sugar. What did I eat last night? Oh, I ate a lot of crap food last night. I basically realized that like if I go to the gym, I could just eat what I want. So I just sent it. I just ate way too much junk food. What we're doing right now is bulking, which just means getting fat. That's how I see it. Are you doing a specific map? I'm gonna try and do them in order. I love you don't watch some games because it'd be too boring. No, it's because this game's just better, right? I'm more than happy to go back and watch this game. It's just that this isn't the more exciting game. Like this is like potential grand finals levels of like play, you know? Would I beat Siggy in a boxing match? He has reach advantage, so probably not. And he is bigger than me right now. UFC though, I feel like if we trained, I could do like jiu-jitsu. I think I'd get like okay at jiu-jitsu. The only thing is I need to pull guard. I wouldn't be able to take him down. I don't think. I need to pull guard. And I think Sliggy's dumb enough to like go to the ground against me. I could just lure him in. Okay, right, let's just start anyway. Actually, do I need something to eat? I have this chocolate wafer protein thing. I'll have one of these if I need to eat. I bought 2 boxes. One of them's chocolate and one of them's hazelnut, and the hazelnut ones taste like crap though. So I might not like it too much. Right, I don't usually watch this shit, but it's Fnatic, so I might as well. Anything interesting? Carrick's got a funny hat on. I like the funny hat. Is that Texture's hat? Solo, the GOAT. Unironically, I think Gen G are making a case for themselves as the greatest team of the modern era of Valorant. I think Fnatic are the greatest team of all time, but I think Gen G, like, if Gen G didn't lose to Sentinels at Champs, I think they would have been the best team of all time, maybe. And I'm not gonna lie, like Lakia, winning a tournament with a player who is like struggling as much as Lakia is kind of impressive. If you get the chance to coach Team Heretics, would I go? I'll frame it this way: I've had the opportunity to coach most of the teams in the world, and I didn't go. So why would I? Like, what? You know what I mean? Or what? How was Lakia struggling? He could not shoot. Do you think Burst was a bit slow yesterday? I haven't watched the game. I watched some rounds, but I didn't watch the game. Hey Val, get fruits if you have. I don't have any fruits right now. I don't have anything right now. I basically, what happened this morning is I woke up at 6 in the morning, fell asleep till 11, woke up, I had a meeting, like a last second meeting, and then I just started my stream. Okay, so map select. So for me, Genji's Haven has been... There have been very big holes in the defense, in my opinion. Or at least there's been stuff they've been getting away with on defense that they shouldn't get away with against Fnatic. But the problem is I know they're about to smash Fnatic on their defense side. On this side, the interesting narrative is that Fnatic sucked on defense in EMEA, but had made adjustments, and I think quite a few of the adjustments were stolen from Team Heretics. I think Team Heretics has the best defense on this map with this comp in the world, and it's not even close. Heretics are extremely good at defense on this map, and I think Fnatic looked at their Heretics. I even messaged Boaster midway through the split and was like, bro, you should look at Heretics' defense. I think he said that they already like were looking at stuff, but so that's my theory, is that like they stole a bit more from Heretics.
Yeah, no surprises. No, absolutely. But we need to look
Meeting with Alex? No. I did have to send some stuff to him this morning.
That's exactly what going back.
But it wasn't with Alex, no. So we know that this wall is going to be used a lot. So the way that Heretics play their macro is more ISO Yoru center map with Omen Sova over here, and then these agents will float more. Whereas historically, Fnatic had two main ideas, which was either Yoru deep A or Yoru like push in middle. Those were like the main kind of ideas from Fnatic. And it's not going to work so well against Genji because they have a fucking wall in the way. So like the pushes on A just aren't going to be successful because, well, they can be successful. Like it is one part game plan to do, is the idea of like disrespecting this wall is an option. But ultimately, I think their approach is going to be to just look down these lines a bit more and then have these agents flood between the space, which I think is fine. They can try the Yoru disrespect on A, but I think that Genji will be fine against that. Like you could try to get this corner and take a line, but like they could just hard clear it. So if they are going to disrespect, it's going to be a lot of just like Yoru here and then coming out and looking down when the wall's down and stuff. They could go for mid pushes, but ultimately when you have this wall, Genji are probably going to be defaulting middle a lot more because they don't need to go A at the start of the rounds. They can just use the wall to go back A. Okay, I'm not going to talk about my contract situations. it's not relevant. It's not relevant. I will put it this way, and it's not for PaperX specifically, but I think you guys don't understand the power I have. Like, I get to choose a lot of these things, luckily, and so it just comes down to what I want to do. Like, teams want my support, you know. Like people keep being like, oh, would you accept assistant coach offers? It's like, well, I get to choose that, you know what I mean? Like almost every team in the world would want me as the assistant coach right now. Like it's my choice. Like, are you ready to kick off this series? Let's reframe the narrative a little bit here, guys. Let's reframe it, you know what I mean? I very much enjoy the contracts kind of not contract, the more kind of consulting though. Consulting makes a lot of sense. Can I sign a contract with you? I pay you $1, you put Boaster twerking GIF on the screen the entire time. How do I do that? I would accept Steph you subbing to me and I'll put Boaster twerking GIF on screen right now. The aura to size ratio is through the roof with this one. I mean, I love the yeah. It's funny because like this is the way I would speak if I wasn't on Fnatic. But like I told you, I'm not actually humble. I'm not a humble person. I feel like I'm not ego, but I'm not really humble either. Bro, Steph, give me a gif of Boaster in Discord, and I will put it on the screen, and then you sub to me.
To make much noise. Alfier in the back.
Forward, try to clear any util.
I'll do it for a half.
Not gonna get a spot there on the ice.
There's one gifted for every half. Okay, let's lock in. Okay, so Euro Omen, Sova Garage for the pistol round. Sova Garage for the pistol round. Sova Garage on a pistol round's not bad because what is the recon really gonna do? A, and we don't have a drone, so like we only have a recon, and if we recon A, they're just gonna wall up and go past it. So what Fnatic are saying is that because we don't have drone, what's the point of playing A? Which I think is fair. We can have the Yori play A with the Omen, and he can TP out. The Omen can get cheeky on A. The Omen's good at A because he can play on this box. He can play deep into sewers, TP out. He can still cross-map support. Sova in this position is pretty good. Shock's coming in. Recon coming in here. Shock's coming in for a B hit. I think this is a fairly well-thought-out pistol. I know it's very subtle. Like, it's a subtle variation, but I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. I quite like it.
Or Gen G. Not really trying to make much noise. Alfier in the back.
So the thing about the ISO center map is that the shield, right? Let's say the ISO is playing deep A. As soon as he shields up and peaks, like they should be running away. Whereas if he center map, he's able to flood in and then use his shield, flooding in, and then the attack is already committed. And they can't just run away. So that's what I quite like about this ISO style. And if they come B right now, obviously he could shield up and start taking jaws.
Dart forward, try to clear any util. Guard over the top, not gonna get a spot there on the ISO as the plant gets ready to come through. Reveal goes down, trying to track across there with the sheriff.
So an A link split thing, which isn't the best idea of all time. Boaster's aim, man, is crazy. He's just shaking his mouse. Why is Crashy's running to a Viper wall? I'll be honest, I don't get what he's doing here. What is this? What's that? What is this? I've got a funny way of analyzing. Have you guys seen that thing on Reddit? It's people on dating apps like showing it's people showing their chats on dating apps, but it's about like text theory or something. And then what happens is there's a bot that treats it like chess, where it kind of analyzes it breaks down the moves, and it's like, you know, opening theory, sound, textbook play, all blunder here. Like, I wonder if I should start doing that with Valorant VODs and being like, well, this is one of the blunders. Thank you, Steph. What is the subreddit called? Texting? Is it called Texting Theory? It is. It is. Let me show you quickly. So, like here, you can see. It's just like someone's put an opening message on a dating app. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what's going on. Who cares? But then the bot responds and automatically analyzes the game. You know what I mean? So like, they've called it blueberry muffin opening, AI override variation. So it always gives you like a little funny thing here, and then it gives you like the bot gives a score where they think that like, you know, how good the moves were. So this is like a brilliant one, and this is a great move. And then people respond to the bot being like, how much elo it is and stuff, and whether the bot was right and stuff. So they gave it a 3k elo, which is obviously high in chess. And then the joke here is that it should be 4k or something. I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. I don't understand, but maybe I should start doing that for Valorant Theory. I mean, Alpha's taking a Crush. I'm not gonna lie, love Crushies. He's played extremely well. He this tournament and recently, he's lost them this round. Like this round's Crushies' fault. I know what happens. I remember watching. This is also not great. They're just not checking, but Crushies had the easiest decision to make this round and fucked up.
In the IGL is
Kayak with no util to speak of, and Munchkin will have pick of hate.
the pistol. He drops down from heaven.
Texture's so good though. Like how? Like I remember I did see this yesterday. I don't know what it is, but he just looks so like his aim's not like the perfect, but it's like it's just good, you know.
And this is a comp that
Like
Gen
it's
G
just
is
so
experienced
consistent.
against. They
How he
played
can kill.
T1 in kickoff. They beat him
No
out.
human has hit 3k elo 5 rating in chess before. Oh yeah, I remember. Isn't that what like Magnus Carlsen was trying to go for, but he didn't think it'd be possible or something? Hey Darko, how you doing? How do you lose a tournament when your team win every pistol? Okay, what have I got to do here as well? Steph, during the next map, I'll figure out the bosa thing.
Let's see. That does continue. It's a bit of damage out on the Crashies to start. Back taking some forward space in mid. We'll just end up keep crashing away as Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
Alfier with a sheriff though, gonna come over, try to help out his Sova.
Does he?
We might need to act on Garrows for Crashies on that pistol round.
Missing, he's jumping out, spotting it. Alfier does manage to find the headshot. Decent read though from Foxy 9.
That's kind of well played by Foxy though. To clear that angle is kind of surprisingly good.
Needs to kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needing the backpedal will be able to avoid that paranoia. It's even more damage to the smoke. Eventually, he's able to find it. Pushing him into the open. Still a sheriff in hand here for Foxy 9. Can afford to lose another player.
It's gonna in the hands of Gen G players. Guardians always scary in the hands of Gen G players. Just kind of typical Sova stuff here on long A. Just check.
Okay, so they don't have Omen A, they have Yoru A. Because they prefer the Flood towards C.
Clear the recon.
And then the reaction is to double push middle. Look at that, by the way. Look at that. One sec. This is exactly how I play. If I was Bosa in this situation, look at him. Look.
Clear the recon.
Yeah, Alpha, come. Let's push middle. Yeah, come. Yeah, let's go. You go first, mate. You go first. Yeah, fuck you. I'm off.
That's Kayak. Tucked in Cubby. Staring down towards sewer. Like the TP is smoke start coming through. One cycled out onto heaven.
That's a quick clear of the drone there. And that's going to keep Gen G from wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy to the site.
Heaven. Like the TP is smoke start coming through. Staring down towards sewer.
Viper Orb CT. So Viper Orb being used for post plants.
Smoke start coming through. One cycled out.
They use Viper Orb and smoke, so they still have a smoke left. Foxy gets the timing to garage.
And that's going to keep Gen G from wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over in garage. Might be able to relay some information.
So Fnatic don't have a drone though.
I've got a tripwire in front of me. That's going to be the plan here.
So how do they play this? They just got to play retake C. This is a very good game plan from Gen G if they keep doing this. If Gen G keep doing this, I think they do very well. If all Fnatic does is rotate across every time, and then stand still 3A, I think they're fine. What we need to see from Fnatic is more of these pushdowns in order to beat this, I think.
They do like the pump fakes, so Fnatic not really sending any.
What do you think of the one-way smoke Fnatic use on C retake? I presume it's this one, right? About this one? It's very good at coming at garage. Bosa used to use this one when I was coaching.
Going to get in position here at garage as well as long. Clear the trip. Get ready to go. Smoke's now coming through.
Why didn't Fnatic go C long in attack? Bro, I've not watched the game.
Find the opening kill here in the anti-bonus. Turret set up and Texture being on the floor, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
Still got some firepower. A little bit of time, but Fnatic Gonna be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera still situated. Move the toggle, trying to get the dart out, does so. Still not clear. Spot on a Foxy 9. So you know that he's planning to be playing forward in towards the smoke. Now look at the span around quite just yet. Foxy with the drag cross, one cannot find the other. Ash, Taron now. The 2, the 3, quickly. Get a dart out, does so.
So generally when Gen G get into post plant, it's going to be strong, but they don't have the orb. So like if they did have orb here, I think they win the round, but they don't. When did Texture die before?
Fnatic, everything they need to know.
Oh wait, what? Kron got this. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I'd be so mad at Karen.
Turn set up and Texture being on the court, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
Gonna be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to.
One sec. Apologies.
Get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared. Spot on a Foxy 9. So he's going to play forward in towards the smoke. Now look at the span around. Yeah, Foxy be felled. That's going to be Dream players surviving as Fnatic.
I saw a comment saying,
Boaster just sending a little love over to the other side of the stage, but this is really good stuff from Fnatic. Good patience, good retake.
hidden camera.
Gonna be coming back. Still got some firepower.
To be fair, this is very strong. I gotta give Kron credit here. I gotta give Fnatic credit here. How many times do we see people play retake C, or know they're gonna be retake C, and would open this camera right now and just let it break? Whereas Fnatic actually wait for the fucking retake to open the camera. It was poor. It was not a good time. I'll be honest. I was about to glaze them. Kron's opened it way too early. But if they had opened this, if they had opened this camera now, it would be sick. It still worked because like they for some reason didn't break it quick enough. But the other thing I wanted to say was someone said Sliggy said your Mega Flame Fnatic attack side. Sliggy said you'd Mega Flame at Fnatic's attack side. How many times is Sliggy gonna hold back on his own stream because he's this like nice person? He's pretending to be nice all the time. Like I pretend to be humble when I'm a Fnatic. Sliggy pretends to be a nice person. So all he does now is like pretend to be nice and then notes down what he hates, and he's like, "Yeah, Minnie's gonna flame them tomorrow." No, bro. Start giving analysis. Start flaming these people, man. Start flaming. Because sometimes I don't. Sometimes I might not agree with Stiggy as well. Like maybe sometimes I won't notice something, or he might notice something that I didn't notice. So you wanted the chat to ask you what you think of it being first seed advantage or disadvantage. I would prefer to be the first seed, but should we talk about this quickly? There is a little bit of like survivorship bias isn't the right word. Survivorship bias, is that how you spell it? Survivorship bias? It's not really the correct term here, but what I'm trying to say though is that like the teams that win in groups and stomp groups are going to be teams that look good in general. So of course they're like gonna be in a good spot to beat people who are sitting there waiting, if that makes sense. Like just because you won the first seed going in before the event doesn't mean that you're the best team once you get there, if that makes sense. So there is a little bit of like, oh my god, this team's playing hot this tournament and now they come in. Like the real question is do you think Fnatic would have beat Gen G if they weren't the first seed, if they had played in the group stage? I don't think they would have. I think it would have been the same result. For G2 versus Paper X, maybe there's more of an argument that maybe G2 would have warmed up a little bit. Got the chairs out of the way, maybe. But like realistically, I don't think Fnatic would have. I don't think this result changes. I personally still prefer that extra preparation time. Personally, I would say though, I think that I think we should just cut the bullshit and just have it equal though. Stop any speculation about advantage or disadvantage. And literally just make it even. I think the other thing to consider too is not every region is the same, not every team is the same. So the first seed, like XLG picked Sentinels, of course they're gonna lose. Like, let's be real. RRQ, you know, they had a hot run, but it seems like Gen G just seem a lot like more comfortable. Yeah. And then Fnatic had to play Gen G, which is like fucking like this is a 50-50 game, realistically. I don't know if it's would Fnatic have ramped up during group stage? I don't know. It's difficult for me to talk about. I think no matter my opinion, I think that we should reset and just literally not have this bracket advantage stuff. Just so that it stops people whining, to be honest with you. And it makes it feel a bit more fair. Just keep the conditions the same. I still prefer it slightly. I would still prefer to be the first seed. Part of the reasons I would prefer to be the first seed too is it's not that big a deal, but you also just don't immediately lose. Like you're far more you guarantee yourself a position in the tournament further in. You get more preparation time. Yeah. I think the first seed team, I think we should have let the first seed team with other first seeds to fight which team is the first to choose their opponent. No, you guys, if I think I saw this from Strong as well. Maybe I don't think you understand Riot if you think they're gonna start doing best of ones or like games to decide games. Like they do not have the time to let the first seeds play a game for like literally no reason. What was the Go Flame Fnatic? What is it? What have I need to do? I need to flame Fnatic. Alex, what do you want me to do? Sorry, I don't know. I can't remember what that redeem actually is. Go flame, please, Fnatic. Can you wait? Can you remind me at the end of the VOD review so I actually have ammunition and then I can flame? Bro said 5 minutes ago he'd go over it quickly. I timed you out because you need to pipe down. I do what I want on my stream. What about 4 groups of 3? I'm not going to go through formats with you. Let's just equalize it and stop people whining. Like the Sen managers out here saying that like, you know, it's not an advantage. Like you be whining, you just losing groups, blah 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 blah. And then all the people that lost are saying, it's blah 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 blah. Like it's 1-7 now. Like just let's stop it. Let's just like equalize it. Stop the whiners.
Level would retake, intended to leave that extra little gap.
If it's a question I've been genuinely asked a lot of the time. Would you prefer to be deeper in the bracket or not? And like, if the question's even asked, then it's not an advantage. It's not a big enough advantage of being a first seed. It shouldn't be a question that's even asked in the first place. My personal preference is I prefer it. But statistically right now, it's not looking great.
Gen wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from Kayak.
I think they're aware.
How much impact do you think that the EMEA was 2 weeks behind everyone mattered? Counterpoint. There's a counterpoint here. The counterpoint. There's this team called Paper Rex that had a bunch of games between getting to the event, and they had to play these games with their substitute player. Like, this is the counterpoint. I do think that it has an impact, but at the same time, just win. Like, there's a wise man called Leo who once said, "Who cares, just win." I do think that it had an impact. I agree with like Pansy's take is pretty much like the conditions should be equal. Why the fuck are EMEA playing later? Just make all the conditions equal. Make the conditions before the events equal. Make the conditions at the event equal. Nobody gets any advantage or disadvantage. It's literally just you get seed advantage, which means that you get, like, you know, to choose your opponents, or a map veto advantage or something. No bracket advantages, no time advantages, because people don't know if time is an advantage or not.
Unassailable because they don't have the wall to try to scale off of. Pretty much finding window.
So here is a bit like how Heretics play, a bit more like how Heretics play. Omen Sova, the Sova can pressure up. The Omen can play around this Viper wall and TP out. If he gets really pressured, there could be a paranoia. This side of the map, we got the ISO floating. The Yoru can be where he wants. This round, he's decided to push down middle. Curious that he's pushing down middle. I'm surprised Foxy doesn't use a more aggressive turret, but maybe it's just because they know that this is likely and want to just have passive tools. Like, they know that Fnatic will be in this box, can be in this box, so as long as we re-clear this out later on or consider this an option, then GenG are fine. GenG putting pressure onto C, so Munchkin can always be in A lobby doing stuff with his Viper wall, but that's a beautiful recon. He's literally just being recon killed. So nice play from Crashes and Boaster to work together to clear out A lobby. At the same time, we got a scale on C happening. I'm a little bit confused as to what Fnatic are doing right now. It doesn't look comfortable to me. It seems like Kron is hard holding Garage with trips that don't really make sense to hard hold Garage with. And Alpha's not helping him. He's ignoring him going CT. There's a bit of a disconnect, I feel. Like, Kron's playing almost like a Killjoy would right now. And he's not a Killjoy.
Trying to spam it down.
Like, right in this position, I'd be more than happy for them to group up together backside, I think. They're also in a 5v4, so they might start thinking about, like, well, do we need to do anything here? I don't like how Chrome's playing right now.
Critical target to be found. Viper out of play. Pretty much makes that A side unassailable.
Now Alpha's just completely isolated.
Slow creep up with texture around the corner. Gun barrel might have spotted out.
He's got hit a nice shot, but he's traded. And that doesn't use the strength of the ISO at all, how Alpha's played this, right? He's not been able to do anything this round. Like, I would much prefer Kron being the person back here. We can see Garage control because we got the trip. Kron's back here. ISO comes in, floods in with his shield. With his barrier, or whatever the fuck you call it. Do you think pros who play a lot of ranked are better than those that don't? Yes, I think there is a correlation between playing ranked and being good at the game. I do not think it's the biggest correlation, but I do think it's a correlation. Do you think double ban advantage in a BO3 is good?
No smokes either.
For what? For what? It's not a solution to what we're talking about right now with the first seed stuff. You wouldn't ever want to do that for some reason. There are exceptions to every rule. Zywoo does not play a lot of Face It. Zywoo plays Face It with his girlfriend, who is not high, like the highest of elos. Zywoo doesn't sit on deathmatch all day. There are exceptions to the rules. It doesn't mean that it is the rule. Another good retake on C, it seems. Is it a good retake? I mean, I guess they're 4v3, so they can play retake. They should be winning these retakes. Rops also doesn't play Face It. But bro, that guy played so much fucking Face It back in the day. Like, you telling me the Rops never played Face It before? I would even counter argue that these players would be better if they did play more CS. I did this analysis at 2023 champs. I did this analysis. I could do some content around it. I got my Discord to find the tracker GGs of every single player at Champions, and I made a list of players, and kind of figured out the amount they played ranked versus their rating at the event, and there was a very strong correlation between the players that did well at the event and the players that played a lot of ranked. I even just went and grouped up the players who... I did it this way round. I grouped the players up in like groups of like 10 or 5, like this. Like let's say that's 5 names here. And what I did is I asked the Fnatic players which group of players they think they would like to be associated with the most or talked about amongst the most, as in who did they think was good. And what I did is I basically had done it in like order of like how much ranked they played. And every single, I think 4 of the players said this group and 1 of the players said this group. And it was revealed that these were the players that played the most ranked. And at the same time, I then showed them their ratings and the list like barely jumbled up. And then our players at Champs for ranked were in, Leo was in this group, the only player. Everyone else was like on the bottom group in terms of like ranked play.
And Chronicle to defend. Fnatic. My ultimate is ready. They tied things up 2-2 very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of shakiness here from Gen G in some of their individual plays. Battle across this map.
Obviously, it wasn't like a 1-to-1 ratio. That's an interesting smoke. The Bosa smoke, is there any reason to do this smoke? I want to open Valorant now, and so Boaster has this whole like, the thing about Boaster is that when you do tell him to do something like, oh, can we test you playing sewers, he will come up with stuff that pushes it further, you know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering if this smoke is like actually really good because it stops people scaling through it nicely. No, it's look.
Really crucial battle across this.
Is it the one where JT helped coming up the rating? No. It's not kick-ass score. It's not kick-ass score. It was just how much they played ranked and their just VLR rating essentially. I think it's because this smoke is just because if you to walk into the smoke, you're taller than the smoke, so you have to crouch into it, which means that how do you walk into the smoke and win? I think you have to fully I think it's a very good smoke. Do you think Leo is the donk of Val? No. No. Comparing Leo and donk is like comparing chalk and cheese. You're comparing 2 very different things.
A Munchkin's position, it's a setup from Crashies with the recon dart. Very nicely done, winning against Texture. No easy feat as we have seen throughout this tournament. That's huge for Fnatic. Posters really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. There's some big individual plays. Now Alfier has the ISO wall. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers. That is some big individual plays. And now Alfier has the ISO wall. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers out there. Texture making a little bit of noise.
Yeah, they don't even bother recon in A at the start of the round. They're just like, well, there's no point. They just save the recon.
As the Phantom to try to lead the charge.
I would argue that I think it's better to have the Euro more active, though. Like, I think the Euro could be more active.
At the ready here. And that undercut chips it through.
I don't mind this though. If he comes up and clears the angle, it's obviously hard to be up close against this Viper wall. But you could get cheeky, I guess.
We'll get zoned back, so can't try to play offense.
So the drone's going to clear out short for Kayak and he's going to go up close. And he can just sit in a corner and play. Like, this is the advantage of playing Euro, right? Is he can do this. It's not the best idea against this Viper wall again, because the Viper wall does incentivize Gen G to like re-clear the site nicely. But they might not expect Kayak. Yeah. I saw it's like a free round win for Fnatic, so I don't think Gen G are going to be too unhappy. Given that it's their eco round. I want to see the smoke though.
I must live in this nightmare. My enemies might as well join me. My ultimate is ready.
What does he do? I guess it's not red. It's got to be green, right?
Cover going out.
It's not. No, he's doing a weird.
Cover going out.
Oh, it can be red. Okay.
30 seconds left.
Good. Keep your focus.
Astra plus Omen should be really, really good on Haven. Anyone selling you on Astra Omen on any map apart from like Abyss maybe is selling you on Snake Oil. Like you play, like for the love of God, please play Viper. Please play Viper. I can't be bothered to watch more bad Valorants. Please play Viper.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, it's a one way essentially. That's kind of cool. My legs are in the smoke right now. How do you clear the smoke? It's kind of a nice smoke. If I was a good content creator, I'd immediately stop the stream and make a video about the smoke.
Shadows traveling.
But I'm not, so it's kind of cool. I think it uses the advantage of like the ramp, and you can't do anything. In your ranked games, this isn't going to be very good, very useful, because like it's a pretty macro intensive smoke idea. It's like in ranked, you just want to face and kill them most of the time. If you are playing down here and your teammates are reasonable humans, then you might be able to use it sometimes. Oh, the Ascent one on B. Yeah, Haystack. Yeah, I remember that one too. Yeah. Even if you do them really badly, you can like do cheeky. You don't really want to jump on a box in front of a smoke usually like that, but there might be a perfect smoke you can do where like you could jump on the box and then swing behind it on the right or something. Yeah, reasonable humans. That is a toolbar. That is a lot to ask. I agree. That's why I said it's probably not good for ranked.
First, you use the vulnerable to back them off of B, and then you use the ult to help keep Kayak's position hidden. That is a really smart setup from Fnatic.
Why would you be the Omen and not Clover in a ranked game? That's true too. That's true.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby. Nice boy.
Absolutely.
Good,
We've
clean
seen
fight.
how
Kayak.
important
That's what I like to see on
can be. And have been
Okie
for the
dokie.
teams thus far here at the tournament.
Recon deep A. Because Sova ult. Ah, this macro though. Surely with Sova ult here. So we're giving ourselves one option. First option, if they're A, we ult and we fight. Second option should be we ult C. But because our ISO player and our Cypher are just committing towards B, there's not an option. What I'd love to see from Fnatic here is the option for them to play for C with this ult. Like have like more of a 2-1-2. If there's nothing A with the recon, these guys push up. On the C side of the map, anchor a little bit harder because we're going to Sova ult dry. Maybe even ISO could be ready to do like an undercut to deny drone or something. I'm not sure exactly what the setups would be, and I don't think they should overcommit, because obviously like the CX like with the Sova ult and stuff should be pretty good. But at least give it the option that the Sova can like ult this. Instead of just giving them C for free.
He's going to be left wide open though.
Because C is going to look pretty free here.
To try to rotate over and get into position.
It's a hard retake. It's a tough retake. Euro ult into Sova ult is possible.
Where they're on the floor, does get cleared, and Kayak
Oh, and Munchkin gets caught on the flank.
For Gen G.
I think a small mistake from Gen G here is having the spike on the Sova who has the post plant util. The Sova ult and post too good. I would prefer the Sova to be down here right now, being the flank watcher. And Munchkin fucks up.
Again, coming away with the goods, but Munchkin's going to be dead. Crashes.
And then yeah, and then our post plant util's dead. and Crashy's killed 2 people. So I would say Gen G were kind of favored to win that round until they just got fucked.
Yeah, Fury there. They knew something. And his aim is incredible, but so far Fnatic has done a great job handling him.
Beautiful shots from Kayak.
Instantaneous with the readjustment, and that leaves Texture Karon dead on the floor.
Fnatic has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second shot?
It's rounds like this. The round so far, if you think about it, Gen G should have probably done okay on 2 rounds on C. Macro wise, I think that if they had ended C and Munchkin didn't int here, and Munchkin didn't int here, and Karon didn't throw a smoke that was terrible, their C would look a lot better. Fnatic are getting away with their usual shit where, like, even with Hero, we would get away a lot with, like, C being kind of a red carpet. And we're just kind of lucky that they gave us a kill and we retake well. It's not bad by Fnatic by any means. It's good macro. It's just that, like, they should get punished a bit more sometimes for these this open C site stuff.
Then shut down.
I mean, we've seen it in the EMEA, how electric Kayak is. That right there, just a microcosm of what he's capable.
I'm not saying that you should play Viper in ranked. I'm saying that if we're referring to pro play, Viper diffs the absolute living shit out of any other second controller, and it's not close. If you play double controller, play Viper is basically what I'm saying.
She's on the jump peak. They'll find value here. Highly unlikely.
That's gonna be really tough. You're thinking of 3v5. Much hope here for Gen G.
Highly unlikely.
That's gonna be really tough.
I wouldn't mind Alpha right now. I guess it's a bit rough here because Alpha technically should be stood here right now, being ready to help A whilst having the B line. But this Viper wall makes it very difficult for him to justify being able to stand there. So it's a pretty odd one. So he's kind of got to commit on B, and these players are about to be 3v2'd.
Even thinking of 3v5. Much hope here for Gen G.
Spotted there.
Astra plus Viper is very strong. I think that I think that
does manage to push forward, finding one. Snakebite not getting the connection here, and Crashies does.
my personal preference in this meta would be to play Astra again. I think in Teo meta, Omen was doing quite well though. But I think in this meta, Astra's probably back on the tables. It depends on the map though. It depends on the comp on the map. And there are very few teams that know how to play Astra, and very few players who know how to play Astra, to be honest. I think on Split, specifically, Split is a very plug-and-play Astra map, though. I think Split is one of the easier ones to play Astra on. Players get very worried about how to anchor with Astra, but I think on Split, it's, like, obvious. Sunset Deadlock. I think, oh, there you go, you see the smoke. I think Deadlock's in a decent position. I think I'm starting to prefer it more than some of the standard comps, but I'm not like, I personally wouldn't all in on it. Oh my god, how? I checked Saint from in my Discord was checking win rates yesterday. Cypher at this event has like a 33% win rate, which is crazy. But Cypher is not very good on a lot of maps, so it's just getting picked on some shit maps too. And then like Vice was like stupidly high. I don't know, it was like 60 plus, I think. Maybe higher. KJ was like 55 or something. Deadlock was up there too. But Deadlock will play it like very few times, to be fair. Vice might just be better. I think Vice might be better. I think the problem though is you break it down by map. If you break it down by map, like if you're playing Cypher on Lotus, then you're a noob, basically, in the first place. So like it kind of like you got to take those out of the equation, and you got to look at the map specifically and kind of work it out a little bit. Because like there are some maps where some of these agents are just dog shit.
Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at garage.
Even Nats, yes, Nats is Team Liquid are noobs.
On the opposite side. A flawless round as Munchkin steps up to the plate. Gets himself a 3K. Gen G. Break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed.
Thank you very much,
for
Durka.
Munchkin and Gen G, able to just outguess his opponents.
Welcome to the Slug Club, Siggy.
Lead, so they might try to get aggressive on the flank. And he's just going to hold the angle. Quick spam early. Poster with the operator.
Right, I missed that round.
But now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle.
Okay, now they go into more of an A fight, so I'm curious as to what the decisions are here. Why do we want ISO here and not Yoru? What's the decision here? We are pushing middle. Maybe this is an anti. They expect Killjoy ult into Viper ult is probably the likely sequence here. Killjoy ult and then Viper ult into CT is probably the most likely sequence. So playing 3A is strong. And then the Yoru can get cheeky down middle and start pressuring flank. The other thing to consider is the one-off ult, but I don't think that's going to matter.
Still the dimensional drift.
Relay to try to sway. Double step. Setup. Looks like he's spotted a boat. Slides in. The stun is there. Relay to try to sway. Double stack setup. Looks like he's spotted a boat. Slides in. The stun is there. Texture has all of them.
Oh my god. Why has he got his recon out after all that? Why are they looking away, by the way? Oh, they weren't. Oh, and then because the Killjoy dies with this push middle, this is very nice from Fnatic. It looks like they just got a hard read on what Gen G want to do this round. And despite losing the opening 2 kills in a manner that's kind of unlucky, like Alpha's a bit of a noob for being in the open, in my opinion. I think he should be more tucked. Or counterpoint is that this should be Alpha and this should be Boaster. Boaster should be on this box looking down. And then, like, there's something in this game that matters a lot, right? There's this thing in this game where we're not Counter-Strike. Like, you can see who you're fighting against, right? You can see it's an Omen. You can't see that it's simple because they all have the same skins. If they see it's Boaster, i.e. the Omen, they're like, oh, it's Boaster. That's the player who's usually been playing here a lot. If they see Alpha on the ISO, you got to start question marking a little bit and being like, well, is there someone close? Whereas I feel like if Alpha was the close person here, Boaster could bait for him a bit better. He can even play a better spot on top of the box. And then also Alpha could undercut and like shield out and shit and do like cool stuff with ISO.
Scoops up his 3K.
Why Cypher bad on Lotus? Because Viper is the best agent on Lotus, so you don't need Cypher's cages to clear A on attack, and then on defense, Cypher is very shit. If you compare Vice or Killjoy's util possibilities to Cypher's, they're able to hard lock C down a lot better with the Viper than Cypher is. Cypher generally plays strategically in moments where you don't play a Viper on maps like Lotus, which is a mistake. And then I don't think they pair particularly well.
Tiny bits of damage dealt, 8 bullets remaining in the back. It's the spot out. Texture just trying to play with time. Eats a ton of damage. And he will sprint away. But Kayak is now left to his own device. Eyes on it.
So fast here on this rotation.
So the Killjoy died, which means that Kayak gets the lurk. Like, this is one of the other nice things about doing something like this, is that you just kind of pray that the Senti dies. The amount of rounds you win just from Senti dying is pretty high.
Eyes on it from the help
The
position.
texture is very aware.
Swing out. Ash finds a headshot. Dimensional drift has come through, but Kayak is now
Feels like a little bit of a mistake there from Kron.
cuts back just around the box. Set up here
Ash is playing like a noob now. Like, this is horrendous by Ash. On what planet do you not just run across with? I guess he comes out of the ult and he's kind of stuck, but he's not. He can still move.
Around the box. Trying to set up here on the pop flash.
It's not that bad. It's not as bad as I said, but it's still. I think he still could have got out of that. Kayak makes a mistake here. Kayak shouldn't be playing off the spike anymore. He should be playing to just try and kill Texture.
8 bullets remaining in the back. It's the spot out. Texture just trying to play with
I think personally.
And he will sprint away.
Nice.
Leading out the view, but Texture will be there. Mr. 4K shows up in round number 9. It's GENG. Here we have the rug swept from beneath them, but they're able to find their footing.
What a bonkers round. It looked like this had GENG written all over it, and then Crashies catches 3 players. Right on the timing there. They're looking to clear util. And then Texture, and that enough, and he played that brilliantly at the end, using that neon.
Yeah, it's mentioned had 12 out of the 14 winners so far. The team that had more preparation for the event won. More preparation for the event. More preparation. So he's saying that this opening games isn't the way to look at first seeds. So he's saying that if a first seed is an advantage because most of the times the event winners had more preparation. Which is counter to the idea that like you're more likely to use your first game or something.
To buy the extra time he needs.
Oh, he meant more time to prep for the event, so just more
To make sure that diffuse had to.
I can't be bothered, guys. Honestly, let's just make it all equal.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see.
Let's just make it all equal. Oh my god, again?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see out of these two teams.
Cutting through.
You can't flush him out of this spot. He's just too clean at it.
Look at this fucker, man. Bro, he's throwing them for me now. He's throwing these smokes for me. You probably shouldn't be throwing it that low, let's be real. Yeah, I think he's fucking up this one a little bit. I don't think he needs to be such an idiot. The point of these smokes is that it should be more like this. And the point is that you when you go into the smoke, it's like they can see, like, because it's on a ramp, you can't clear the smoke, but they can see like your legs, you know? Like the way to clear the smoke is technically you want to kind of like jump into it, but like that's a bit stupid, right? Like you can't do the trick here because it's like your legs are being seen. To be fair, you should just shorty through it, to be fair. That's the best chance you got, is to jump through like this. But even that's not. Best chance way out? I mean, yeah. Or to just camera. It's just too obvious you shoot it. Yeah, the Ascent one is, but like, you don't, the way Bose is playing it is he's not sitting inside it. He's not like sat inside it. He's just using it as a smoke. That is just like, they're less incentivized to want to go through it. Even though 9 out of 10 times he's probably just gonna be stood behind it. That like 1 in 10 times he might stand in it is like obviously gonna fuck with them. And it's one of those things where like another kind of advantage of being the first seed is that like they haven't had to play a game of Haven yet. So like no, Genji have no clue how Bosa is playing around the smoke. Whereas like now people are gonna know how he plays around the smoke, I guess.
Gonna throw some util his way.
Thank you,
Can't just
CK.
duel him
CK
there.
Twitch, I appreciate it.
Oh my.
What's that mid to box aim labs session that he's got set up?
I watched this game a little bit live, not too much. I watched Sunset a fair amount. I generally don't watch the games live, but it was Fnatic Genji. It was hard for me not to be interested. So I haven't seen a lot of this Haven, to be honest with you. I saw the opening couple of rounds.
To reposition, continue going for the peaks and that smoke. He's
Oh,
able to still
Boaster,
get a
man.
glimpse
That's
of
not how
position.
you...
Continue.
I don't know how to explain it, but his movement doesn't look good here. Like, what's he doing? He's like moving, like, instead of moving this way, he's like moving in a circle. And so he can't...
That smoke, he's able to still get a glimpse of them both. Foxy will still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that element up over top of
They're
the
still expecting the Killjoy ult, I guess. Oh no, it's 5v3. They probably don't expect it. Like, again, he's very weird peeking. Okay, he's not using his arm. It's weird. It's really weird.
Press forward by Genji.
Trying to get the pre-fire there is Munchkin, but Crashes goes unpunished. Foxy not in the push, however.
I think that was a mistake by Jake.
Quickly
30
does
seconds
shut it
left.
down. You've got the 4 players from Fnatic, so basically
What happened on T site Haven? So it got expected from Fnatic to be so bad. I don't know mini alpha, yeah, because I've not watched it. But if you watch, then I can look.
See if he can pick off anybody, keep his light intact, but otherwise Fnatic maintaining the lead. Getting himself 6 on the defending side.
You're gonna just Genji spot
For 6-7.
putting texture into that ISO ult. That's obviously kind of one of your
Yeah,
main
ISO
goals
server
of
ult.
playing.
They still got, like, I'm not gonna lie, Genji have been very poor at not getting rid of these ults. It's been like 2 or 3 rounds, and this is the easiest ult combo you're gonna get in the game. Like, you Killjoy ult and then you Viper ult. It's not that difficult.
So far forward there. They're gonna challenge this
The
angle.
problem is now Crashies has server ult, so the Killjoy ult is irrelevant. Like, it doesn't
Kaya
matter.
there to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Picking targets, finding value. Karen does manage to trade one, so the ISO ult not going to be a concern here in the round, but it's saved after the final to half.
Does many hate watch? No, I don't hate watch. I'm just more likely to be critical because I know Fnatic.
Right through the corner.
Like, I know their standards and I know the boys, so it's like easier for me to be an asshole. I think I just need to be more willing to be an asshole to other people though, because I've learned that like I can pretty much say anything and people just I'll get away with it. So I should just be an asshole.
And there's a wide wrap from Crashies.
Seems like they want to try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gunbarrel has been spotted.
But not like be a dick. You know what I mean? No, I don't want to actually be a dick, but like to actually give my feelings about what teams are doing wrong and stuff. You know, like
now.
Be a bit more upfront about it than be. I have like a coach mode of speaking that is that humble, fake humble kind of person. That's like a nice person. But then I have that mode where it's like what I actually think, and I kind of don't let that one come out as much because I feel sorry for teams having to work so hard and then having me be an asshole. Like I know what these coaches and players go through. Like it feels rough sometimes to be a bit of a dick, but I should just be upfront about how teams are playing shit. Because ultimately, it is a performance-based fucking industry. Neon has already got garage control. How many times have attack shock darted the front of B? Could we have not just shocked Cypher trip front B? I wonder how much has been shocked. Constructive toxicity. I quite like that.
Towards sewer. He's managed to catch a glimpse. Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over the top. Here, able to tuck back, clear of the tripwire. No closer to getting on plant here.
Yeah, I know what you guys mean, but at the same time, there's still this feeling that I have where like I can empathize with things not being perfect because that's just how Valorant is. and then I feel bad on some level because I know that like it's very easy for me to sit here in my ivory tower and just watch teams play and just shit on them. Like I'm always gonna have a little bit of resistance to doing that. And I hope that I never want to become that person that's just shitting on people for no reason. Like, coaching Valorant and playing Valorant so hard as it is that you don't need that on your fucking... But yeah, I'll find the balance. I'll find the balance. I think the way that Pansy describes it is, as long as I can explain why I have the opinion I do, then it's fine. It is quite difficult to do that in broadcast though when you get like 2 seconds on the desk to like explain your idea though. Okay, so decent half from Fnatic. Very good half. Losing pistol, going 8-4. Ultimately, they lost both pistols this game. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like it's kind of tough. Kayak did have to have rounds where he just walks down middle and kills like 2 people though.
Slow walk it down.
Why does Boaster want to check this?
They are just gonna slow walk it down.
Foxy doesn't even have a shorty. I thought he'd shorty this. Yeah, but I don't really know what Boaster's trying to do.
Now we'll go ahead and cut sound. Given the tendencies of Gen V, Fnatic can pretty easily rely on the assumption.
They like to out of you. They're to try to make their way B.
They go B. This is a habit that Fnatic have though. Like, you don't need to go... I've said this to Boaster in the past that like, you go A and like he loves to cancel B, but like he needs to start calling C cancels more. Like, why are we canceling B here? We're cancelling into the Viper wall and into where they are rotated closest to. I don't really understand. Join a TikTok game they make you play? Yeah. I think I need to ask more. I think I asked you too, Slicky. I'm gonna ask more people about like how you would want what you would want to see from me on the desk. Like a producer who mostly works in League of Legends has already given me some good insights into like he was like more talks with coaches and IGLs. His idea specifically was like almost like just before the game, go grab a mic and literally go talk to a coach or an IGL, which is kind of a cool idea. I think in general I'm pretty good at speaking with the players. I've had thoughts about how to actually do some analysis post-match because I feel like we don't pull up enough B-roll and just talk about what happened in the game. And so I want to do that a lot more when I'm on the desk in stage 2. Did you take a break from coaching for mental health reasons? I guess partly, but like I think that I would just describe just a better work-life balance is probably the better way to frame it. Like to be honest with you, anyone who works as hard as you do as a coach is probably going to run into some mental health problems, but it's more just work-life balance. Like I do like the idea of doing stuff that isn't just thinking about Valorant all day. I think there's a lot of storylines that get missed or rounds in the game that were big. I agree. I agree. It's because though sometimes like the way that we do it is that we don't if there isn't like a really like I use the word sexy and I apologize, it sounds cringe, but like if there isn't like a sexy way to show the thing we're talking about, we often just don't regard it, even though like so what I've started doing on the desk more is just saying out loud about what I want to talk about and hoping that like the people around me can figure out how we can do that, you know. So like I'm like, okay, well this team's losing because they're letting them play. They're not holding A well enough or something. How can we show this? And it's like it's not even like maybe that obvious sometimes. There's like an easy way to show it. Obviously, like we could do like B-roll and talk about it, but I think there's a resistance to just talking about those things without kind of supporting elements or graphics or video or something. And of course, like if we're on a desk where it's like not people like me, it's like less in-game focused people, then it's harder to kind of have those conversations, I think. Like I think if it was like, I don't think it should always be like CS where it's like someone like me and you on the desk, because like that does get a bit stale too. But yeah, I'm thinking about it quite a lot right now.
Very on point as always. The Viper texture, good for the last two with the Guardian.
You feel like the player coach interviews kind of suck.
The end of the world at all.
You're going to have to give more feedback than that. You can't just say, I think player and coach interviews suck. That's not very good feedback. I think a lot of the player coach interviews are very good, but I think that, like, I think every single Yinsu interview is usually pretty decent. Like, it sometimes depends on who she's able to speak to, though.
Now we go into their bonus.
But I think she's very good at them.
They're just gonna play it a little bit slow off the rip.
What do you think of Stiggy's favorite YouTuber, USADA Pecora? What is that?
If he just comes backpedaling out of this smoke, almost certainly is going to be dead to rights.
I think if you're talking about if you're talking about at global events interviews when it's just before the match, I think sometimes they can be a bit broad. But again, I do think that Yinsu does very well when she does those ones. I don't know who Yasada Pecora is.
Karan though, wants to swing, get a little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill on attempted the ADS.
Post-match ones, yeah. I mean, the post-match ones are tough. But I'm talking more like pre-show, interviews where like Yinsu sat down with like 2 players or a coach and a player or just a coach or something. Like those are usually very good.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicles
Talking to coach is also kind of hard because they need to refrain from talking about strats. Bro, are you guys mental? I feel like the coach interviews are by far the best content in esport, in Valorant esports. Coaches are by far the best people to speak to. I don't know what you guys are smoking.
Catch Foxy on this angle. Out the air, then gets caught off guard.
Coaches are usually smart enough people to be able to give you enough information without costing their team's performance. Whereas players don't understand the balance and end up just saying nothing or being weird. Which coach interviews do you recommend the most? I'm talking about not post-match interviews. Post-match they get 30, they have 1 question and answer a 10-second question. Like, I'm talking about when they get extended periods of like a minute or 2 to actually speak. Every single coach I've ever heard speak for more than a minute is usually given good insights. No jinx, so you got Paperex or Sen? Sen. I think Sen will win, but Paperex will win 2-1. I think Sen are the favorites, but Paperex will win 2-1. That's how I've predicted every single game to go so far, is that Paperex are gonna, that the other team should win, but Paperex will still win 2-1. And it's worked so far. Who's my favorite coach? At this very second, it's probably Solo.
Some reconsiderations here from Fnatic.
To work with, I think that Anders is the person who teaches me the most. I think as like a head coach, Solo is the best head coach probably right now. Like, I think it's kind of becoming undeniable. I know it's very recency biased, but like, I thought Gen G were the best team last year. I thought they were the best team last year. And I think given that their roster had weaknesses, I think they did extremely well.
Take advantage of that long A angle twice, but deep recon dart doesn't catch anybody from Fnatic, but let's see if they want to try to
Okay, right then.
Space off the back of that.
Let's actually log back into the game a little bit because I'm taking too long yapping.
Maybe somebody's trying to cut behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do.
So to just give context, like we watched Gen G the other day. Gen G are going to give up this space a lot. So I think Fnatic's job should be to take this space from them at the beginning and hopefully by about 1 minute 10 be clearing garage. I think Fnatic are too slow on this round if they're playing like a default, but Fnatic are stinger buying. It's not the same. So I don't apply the rules to this round, but I think that they should be able to get someone deep into A, into one of these spots, and be defaulting garage. They might even be able to do both at the same time because that's how poor the A main control is from Gen G. The only way Gen G can really take A main control is with Neon running up or stunning, and that's very telegraphed. It's very like obvious, and so if you hear the Neon doing that stuff, you can accelerate onto other parts of the map. So game plan for Fnatic should be to take A main control at the start away from Gen G, and either and at the same time get garage control or go garage control afterwards.
I have the spike.
Less than a minute remaining.
I would then consider how this Viper or works. I'd be trying to, if I was really nerdy about it, I'd then game plan around, can we make the Viper wall up long enough that we can do any hit we want afterwards? I would play around the cycling of this Viper wall. If we can get this Viper wall up, there's no orb C, and we can C split. We can also just go B, we can also end A. Like, I would be playing around this fuel cycle. I'm very interested to see if... The problem about Valorant UI right now is that this is the most important thing on the map, and we don't know what's going on with the wall, because we don't get to see it. But from my POV, if you can play around this Viper wall cycle very well, you could crush this a little bit. But if you don't, you're going to get owned. You're going to get owned. Why did you put Josh solo over Josh RT for now? Because Gen G were the best team last year. G2 were not the best team last year. I think that Josh has obviously got like before Gen G did this, Josh for sure. But like I'm starting to think that maybe I'm pre-firing basically. I'm pre-firing how like Gen G have looked for the past 2 years, you know. If you compare Gen G for the past 2 years compared to G2, like Gen G wins. You think the Wolves coach doing really well right now? Yeah, of course, but you're talking about a team that's made one global event versus teams that have made like every global event almost. Or not only made almost every global event, but gone deep in almost all of them. It's like, what, the Gen G won both splits last year, they came second at global, first at a global, and then they didn't do so well at champs? Or did they come first, second domestically? First and second, I think. I don't even think that necessarily Gen G are... How do I explain it? I think they probably are the best strategic team right now. But it's just because I'm disappointed with G2 brought to the table. I think there's a lot of things that they do not so well. In terms of like, I would disagree with strategic approaches they have. But what I would say is that, like, good plans... I said this one earlier. Good plans executed like mid isn't as good. Like this isn't as good as like. I mean, I got great plans, good plans like executed well, right? Like I think that Gen G generally have good plans and they're executed well. Like. So this beats what I think could be better plans, but ultimately might end up being executed mid. So like they're on this level, which is a very good level to be at. Most teams do not execute well right now, and most teams don't have good plans. Most teams are executing mediocre game plans.
With this weapon.
Peeking out from Kayak.
Very mediocre.
Spotting anything. Texture though.
Feels like Kaplan gets unnoticed in the best coach conversations. No, every single time I'm asked the question, Kaplan is one of the first people I mention.
What an opener.
Fnatic ult comp with Breach and Jet was insane on Haven. No, it would lose nowadays. It's old.
He's scrambling a bit. Recon around the
Breach is overrated as fuck in general. I think Breach win rate at this event is almost like 30% right now. Like it's in a terrible position, and Jet is not a good agent. Jet's also at like sub 50, I think, or around 50. No, it's above 50. Neon's below 50. But this is all small sample sizes, but like Breach is just terrible. And the problem with Breach is that I actually really know how to play Breach on this map. Like I know like every single fucking thing you should do with Breach on this map. And it'd be lovely to be able to just play Breach and justify it because, you know, I know how to do it. But I do think that it's not very good. And he'd be nerfed, yeah. Like I'm talking about in the context of him being nerfed and away from a tail meta. Does Bosa internationally run down the clock, or his cooling style conducted to running at the time because he loves map control? I think that Boaster tries to find Boaster runs out the clock because he knows that there's no need to go fast. Especially against this composition, there's no need to go fast. The problem we'll see on Sunset, as I watched a couple of rounds on Sunset, is that I think it comes from a place of not knowing what to do. Like, I think it comes from discomfort on some maps, and from some maps it comes from a place of comfort and control. Like, when he calls slow rounds on, like, Haven, I think it comes from more of a comfort control place. I think on some of the maps, like Sunset, it came from a place of discomfort.
This time they're not quite prepared for it. Boaster does manage to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out. Khan need to find his way out. The back situation's unable to do so. The pin's gonna be invested from Munkin. Locking off his long position.
I mean, you just go C now, right? I know it looks obvious to go C, but Chronicle shouldn't be lurking right now.
But trying to chase forward, trying to find that.
Why?
It's Chronicle. Needs to end.
It's a mistake. Okay, why is it a mistake? Does anyone know why this is a mistake? Can someone put this into words for me? Why is this a mistake? Before I do it. I'm going to start asking you guys more questions.
Find that. It's Chronicle. Needs to end.
Why is it a mistake for Chron to lurk here? He can't get traded is incorrect. It's not because he can't get traded. Because I think it's fine to lurk when you can't get traded. It's not to do preciously long. The people that are talking about the Viper ult are correct. It is to do with the Viper ult. The Viper ult is putting us in a position where we have to either go B or C. And right now, the correct option is to probably just go C. So when you lurk, you do not want to lurk into the spot that you are about to finish on most of the time. Like, unless you have a timing where you can hear them rotating away and you start your lurk, you're saying, come back, come back, come back. That's a fine lurk. In this instance, Boaster's probably calling, let's go C, boys. And Chronicle has started his lurk whilst we're going to finish in the place that he's lurking on already. It is almost always a mistake to lurk the position where you're going to finish anyway. Imagine the same. Imagine a different context. Imagine we have. Let me get up another example to explain this theory a little bit. It's something that I had to teach Dirk quite a few times because Dirk was sometimes a lurker on this map. Like when Dirk would sometimes get inserted down here, and say, let's say we're fucking around a garage, right? We're fucking around over here. We got some people. We got a Sova. We got this comp for some reason. We got some people, and then for whatever reason. You know, there's a Viper ult comes down, and we're like, fuck, we should go A. We should go A. So Boaster calls, let's go A. If we start running backwards, and then Durka takes a timing up here and dies, it's obviously a mistake, because we're going to end here anyway. And all he's done is signal, hey, we're coming A. It's the other team. They're going to start rotating across. They have the advantage. Whereas if he waits for a little bit, he gets to use his teammates. He can trade off of them together. We can go in together. The opponent doesn't get any early information where we're finishing too. So one thing here is that obviously Gen G now know that it's likely that Fnatic are coming this way and exploring this side of the map. And the second thing is he's not been able to use his teammates that he would be able to use in 10 seconds time as you know, ability to trade. The trading thing you guys said is kind of true, I guess, what I'm saying. But if you explained it that way, it means that you should never lurk because you can never trade, which is untrue. It's more to do with the fact that this Viper always pushed us to this side of the map, and this is where we're finishing anyway. You don't want to lurk on a position that you're finishing anyway, unless you get that timing before, and you're the one calling for the rotation back to your side.
Such a tough choice for
Does that make sense?
No idea
The
where
trade
the
thing's
operator
kind of
is.
true. Not really. I still wouldn't. I wouldn't give you a full mark if you said it was to do with the trading, because every lurk doesn't involve trading. I guess the point is that he should not be lurking there, is more the point, rather than like, you know.
Roll on Gen G, he has really shown tremendous ability to just wait things out and make.
So they take A main fast. Now what? 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30. We've got A main control. We've got enough of the map. 1 minute 30. It's been 10 seconds, we've done nothing. It's been 15 seconds, we've done nothing. We've smoked ourselves off. 20 seconds, we've done nothing. It's been 30 seconds, we've done nothing. I don't understand what we're doing. We taken this, and then we stood still for 30 seconds, and then we're regrouping towards the center of the map. I'm a bit confused. I don't... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the game plan shouldn't be what I'm saying about, like, taking this and taking this, or at least trying to do both sequentially at a good time. I think by 1 minute, they should have this control and this control against this composition. But they have... now they only have one of them. And the problem here, in the anti-strats that I saw, Gen G were getting away with having a player walking up to this angle by himself all the time. So by leaving this completely, there is a chance that Gen G actually just walk back up A long because they're lunatics. Instead, we now have no pressure on this Viper Toxin, and we're full grouped into Garage. I'm a bit hesitant around whatever the game plan was. And then look, Sova's recon darted A, fully cleared A control. There's no one to potentially get the lurk timing off of this, like if they dodged it here. Or to just break it to keep this to A. I really don't like this round. I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused.
You know there's two on C. You've seen Foxy and Karan. This is what you're going to try to challenge.
Hello, Captain Cow.
Great crash forward onto the side. Karan going to be blinded out. Foxy, however, top of Plumber, finding one. Spotting at the gun barrels, but cannot find the kills. Karan gets flushed out, but Munchkin again arriving. Looking to be the hero. That's going to be another.
I mean, it's nice kills from Munchkin, but there's some macro problems going on for Fnatic. Are you here, Sticky, still? Someone in chat said that you weren't gonna... you thought that I wouldn't like the attack. Is it because of things I'm saying right now? Or is there other stuff that you were noticing? We got another round where we now don't take A control. And then Neon's able to just walk up with an operator.
Should be very well poised to try to still hang in here.
Big rounds are some criminal shit. Oh, okay. I think the game plan should be fairly obvious for Fnatic. I'm a bit annoyed that, like, I'm a little bit annoyed that I feel like I understood Haven well enough, and me and both were on the same page well enough that, like, they would have done something better than this attack. I mean, they're on a low buy, so I can't really be too critical this round. They don't get orbs. Okay, that's fair too. I have not really been checking ult economy this game.
With some smokes at the ready. I mean, you have this full cluster up.
Euro and ISO. Yeah. Yeah, that's true too. I think okay, so to add Sliggy's context in here too, the game plan that me and Sliggy have made, Sliggy's added in some orbs. So instead of doing this and this at the same time, what we do is we do this and this at the same time. We have our ISO with people getting this, I think we want to insert our Cypher or Yoru on this part of the map. Cypher is good because the Yoru can then take Garage with the clone and kind of be a pain in the ass there and TP out. The Yoru is good on the A side of the map because if he gets re-cleared, he could TP out. So like, I don't mind either of these. So one of these +1, and then ISO +1 at least. And so we grab the orb on C, and then we take A main control. Once we have A main control established, someone stays here on one of these positions. We then leave C long control and take garage control, and then we have the whole map. And that would be my game plan. That would be the default I'd want to run. Why do I want to run that default? Again, A main control, Genji cannot take it very easily. The only option they have is like a hard fight with Neon. If the Neon goes for this hard fight, our C players accelerate, we ISO shield up, we immediately fucking send it C. We're in a perfect position to go C if the Neon does anything A. After we have garage control, after we have this, we can start fucking with the Toxin, and then we could just end wherever we want to. I think that would be a perfect game plan versus what Genji are running.
Fight to the one side. Trying to slow the approach. Undercut gets used. Munchkin watching. Karon clearly wary.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. We have... I mean, to be fair, though, this round, they're both going to get this ult this round, because they're both going to die. Like...
About this slow the approach.
Foxy, lead to Foxy and Karon.
Spot on behind.
And time on own. Tremendous ability to just... Some of this...
The other thing I didn't mention is that... The other thing I didn't mention too... this game plan is perfect, by the way. The mini Sliggy game plan is perfect. Because, like I said before, like I've been whining about this with Killjoy, is that Killjoy can no longer put the turret here safely. So you have two options. You either have to put the turret like some weird angle in garage. I can't remember what it is, but you can do it in a weird angle, and then it gets shot through the door. Or what Genji do quite a lot is C. So we're doubling up efficiencies here. So Genji have this in the middle of the open. It is very efficient for our default to be ISO coming here and taking the orb, because we also break this turret, we get the orb, we get A control. Like, this is just perfect. Like, me and Siggy game plan this.
To get aggressive.
Easy.
Set up texture.
This is the flick. Falls down to 10. He's able to slide out.
So he did get the turret, but he's refusing to take the orb because his teammates aren't supporting him. We're like going middle for some reason.
Makes it that much riskier for him to try
That
to
worked.
back onto his side.
So
Going to be cycled over from set up.
I don't know what they're doing, to be honest with you. I don't know what they're doing. They're leaving A control every single time to group up. Like, they're taking this for almost no reason. Like, they're not doing anything with this control. And then they waste their time going garage. And they got nothing to, like, ping pong off of. It's very strange. I think they fucked this up.
Going to be cycled over from Karon.
I'm surprised. I'm a little bit surprised.
Gets the nano out. Alarm bot still set up. Spot
And
on.
ISO just takes a one-on-one C-long.
Over at C-long.
And then we're desperately trying to... We're basically just trying to ping-pong between these two spots. And try and figure out which is weaker. But I'm really confused why we've not used A control at all for anything.
A glimpse is able to spam him out in the end.
Why does Fnatic need to take Garage in that round, as you said, after taking the C orb to create pressure and sell a C split? Because we still need to get rid of information. Even if we kill this turret, we can maybe skip this step, potentially. We can maybe skip this step. The problem with not taking Garage, though, is they could just have an alarm bot in the middle of Garage. So it's just a good step to generally have. It's also just good at conditioning, because we're going to get this so easily. It's a good thing to condition this idea that we're going to be in Garage at these times of the round, because we could also just immediately come back after A and just C split, and it feels like a normal default, but it's not. Like, if at about 1 minute 10, we're in a Garage making noise, it could either be us literally about to finish C or not. Like, I think there's a few reasons.
We know there's two on C. We've seen Foxy and Karon. This is what you're going to try to challenge.
30 seconds.
It must be so stressful as a coach watching your team make simple mistakes, but you can't see anything. What I'm talking about right here, though, isn't simple mistakes. It's broader than that. Like, the coaches are implicated in the things I'm saying. Like, I think it's the mistakes of the coaches to some degree with what I'm talking about. If you're talking about just rounds where people peek dumb and shit, then sure, like, I agree. Like, it's very frustrating as a coach to watch players do stuff and you can't control it. I'm going to argue that the coaches are part of the process I'm talking about, though. Wouldn't they be able to crack them come back today? Of course, but the stuff I'm talking about is specific against this composition. Haven has different play styles depending on what composition you're playing against. And a team that cannot take a lobby control and is using a Viper wall in a very specific way. And I think, honestly, I don't like this Viper wall. I don't think it's very good. Because I think that you could abuse it. But Fnatic didn't abuse it. So they can come back today and fix this stuff. But what's the point? You're probably not playing against a Viper comp. What I'm talking about is very macro level stuff.
That is, more importantly, it's going to be an eco for Fnatic.
Eco attempt to try to come through.
So low buy again.
You're gonna have
Foxy.
the ready. I mean,
Just trying to test the patience of Gen G here.
justifying the headshot on the kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again.
That's just too easy. There's not really much point in looking at those rounds.
Such an important round. The economy
So
precipice.
a weird round. Now it's 11-9 and there's fucking tons of ults on the table. We got a Killjoy ult to consider. We got a Neon ult flood. A lot of ults.
Got to get this one to go.
Do you change have a 7 map pool? They have a good enough map pool to ban target ban, yes.
Alone on that side of the map. In the meantime, Kayaks heads up with the dimensional drift, getting the spot here.
Are you gonna ISO ult?
Gonna have to go for the exit. Front side of the box. Has managed to
What?
get out to safety. This Hunter's Fury gonna be set up here from the side of Crash. Kayak will strike for one.
Okay, that was very simple. So at least Genji got rid of 2 ults from Fnatic. This should be fine, right? There's nothing to watch here, right? No, surely. What is Texture doing? They have a lot of money. I guess they could do what the fuck they want. Oh, what's that?
Out of that. Timeout.
The slow-mo. Now they A default with just 5 people, and look how easy the rotation is for Genji.
Yeah, you can see they're punishing his tendency to try to hold long A there. Some good util combos.
Why is Neon
Some
moving?
new answers. How to deal with this operator. Ash, only gonna see one
Well,
player.
Texture's just got big balls, hasn't he?
The Omen, though, leads you to believe that still could be A. Texture's trying to push forward.
Good amount of information that he's gonna be gaining though.
So, problem 1. Problem 1. Why? Why? I guess the only the annoying thing about dealing with this turret is that Texture is a very good operator player, so they can use this turret as a bait. That's the only thing that I'm gonna say in counter, is that like the only thing that can counter me here is Texture could be opping behind this turret. But you should just use a recon to try and break it. To break that idea. And then you could counter be like, he could hide from the recon and peek, it's true. But at a certain point, like, I think it's more worth trying to get rid of this turret than it's not.
To have the
Quiet on this side of the map.
Like, I can't believe I spent the entire time flaming, like, APAC as a region for not breaking this turret, and then Fnatic don't do it either.
See what he can get done, just dancing around it for now. Gate crash going to be destroyed.
They literally rotate 4 people A, and Texture's opping middle.
Peek into this, and Texture finds the shot.
it's you.
The back line now going to be opened up. Kayak going to be spotted. Some counter spray coming through. He falls low. Alfier in the meantime, kill contract. He's the grab the count. He's able to win the fight. Munchkin.
Okay.
Both going to be taken down. Ash now striking from the cubby.
Are they really gonna lose this round?
Dancing around him.
Okay.
Finds the shots, and Ash has everything to do.
Ah, fuck.
Booster has the ult. TP's across the
To
map.
be fair, Fnatic should have won this round.
Cancel, doesn't try.
Like, despite having 4 people A is such a asshole site to hold sometimes, and they did have ISO ult, so like the trades went very well up until the 3v2. Oh my god, that would have been sick.
The poster eludes capture. The drop down, the noise made. Boaster tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No, but it doesn't matter. Ash! Does he think about it? Boaster tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No,
It's kind of smart by Ash.
a monstrous 4K. We'll get Gen G.
Do you think it was the crowd?
Tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about
No, but it doesn't help, does it?
it? No. But doesn't matter. Ash. A monstrous 4K.
Why would he smoke deep if he wanted to bait him? He was just fast smoking here. It doesn't matter what smoke it is. It just... He's just fast. Jesus Christ, I got 1,400 viewers. I didn't realize.
Boaster tucked into the corner. He has a recon online.
Yeah, I mean, Bosa's made a smart decision. He knows that because Ash is wasting his time ulting, he can get a timing in here. But Ash has just checked it smartly. The best position for Bosa to have been in is this position here. But the awkward thing is that you don't. It's a really awkward shot to hit. It's a really awkward shot to hit. So, like, I think. I think with that plant, most players would just end up going C long. With that plant, most players just go C long. Bosa has made. He's got 20 HP. He's not got much HP. I can't really blame. Like, both players have played it well. I don't think either player played it. I think the server ult was a waste from Ash though. It wasn't a good server ult.
Operator still going to be in play. Turn on the flash.
Where can I find out about more Haven strategy from my Premier team? That's a good question, Wendler. For the problem is that we have done the Haven ISO comp, the ISO Euro comp, but it was back in the day when ISO had 2 vulnerables and it was a bit different. But yeah, we got free Viper comp. Oh yeah, I think we still have a. I don't know if it's still free, Sliggy. I went in and made a lot of things not free anymore. I can't remember what I made on free. Yeah. I mean, we have a Viper Omen. I think that it's still relevant though. I think this comp. The problem is it might not be Euro, and it might be Sky. So I think the basis should be there, but like there is probably a 2.0 version with Recon. Maybe I should just update this for Euro Recon at some point, because I quite like the idea of going through some of this. It'll be a lot of copying this, but with the Euro instead of Neon, maybe. Neon's still valid. I quite like Genji's approach though, where like basically my approach for this meta would be Euro Recon Viper, but Genji's approach is essentially just play on Neon and just play with no flashes, just play with the Omen flashes, which is fine. I do think that there is an option with the Euro to play Astra a little bit on some maps too, though. But I'm pretty happy with how Genji are approaching things. I'm glad that someone is doing something that I quite like.
Wider and wider on this angle. There's the peak, and there's the shot. Shield.
The lack of Eurozord and Vice and Deadlock. I think that even though I'm not the biggest fan of Deadlock, I feel like I would rather teams play Deadlock than not play Deadlock. I think I'm starting to become a Vice enjoyer more so now.
A couple smokes from Karan, Nano for Foxy 9.
Munchkin finds one. It would give them a pit online as well.
But then I look at maps like this and I'm like, well, these are 2 of the best teams in the world. and a Killjoy turret's 1 Gen G the half. Like, it's pretty tough sometimes. I'm like, there are agents that just auto win you games because people are dumb. I think Deadlock's one of those agents though, where like, if Deadlock could do something equivalent of this, you auto win a game.
There's the peek, and there's the shot. Shield not at the ready.
Yeah, I think poor attack from Fnatic. I know it's very easy for me to sit here and say poor attack from Fnatic when they lost the half. But I hope I've explained enough things that I've disliked about it. I even suggested initially what my game plan would be, and then updated it with some comments from Sliggy. And they have not looked like they've done anything close to the game plan I would run.
As we go into a 3v3, Fnatic looking for 2 rounds consecutive.
Sliggy's probably chilling. Sliggy's more than welcome to join me on a call, but he's probably just chilling.
Not a ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes from Karan. Nano for Foxy 9.
Munchkin finds one. It would give them a pit online as well. TP across the way from Karan. Boaster.
Do you know something about Genshi's defense? They're not giving up space and kept fighting. I mean, that's how you're supposed to play this comp. This comp is not the best at playing retake. And when you're using this wall, you are saying that we want to fight you. Obviously on A, you should be fighting anyway. Like, you shouldn't really be playing retake for A that often. And then this orb's also kind of like, we want to fight you. This part of the wall's more like, we can play retake, to be honest with you. Or you can flood if you want to, but B retake's fine. The comp from Gen G is not particularly good at retaking, in my opinion. They got a Neon, which is quite good, but everything else is like, it's not particularly amazing.
For Foxy 9.
How did they win the trades out here? Oh, this paranoia is very bad. And then Texture kind of noobed it. They paranoid because the Cypher ult was coming in anyway, so they're just like, they know we're on flank. It's a very good plant by Crashies as well. Planting very quickly just in the open is underrated piece of micro there from Fnatic. You'd be surprised at how stupid some players can be when trying to plant spikes in like situations that are not common, you know. Do I only watch the VODs of Toronto? Do you not watch it live? I do not watch them live. I only watch Paper X live right now. So finally, the first round that, like, one of the first rounds that Fnatic or Gen G actually fight it is a round in which Boaster has full committed with a TP. So he did get absolutely farmed there. So Gen G kind of playing well to just immediately counter. I'm a bit concerned again. Turret's up. Don't know what's going on here. Why the fuck is this turret alive? Viper seems to not love to use ults on defensive Haven. I kind of understand why. Like, it's hard to get an ult that covers a lot of stuff. I've not really thought about how I'd use it. There's an argument that you could use it like C. A is quite popular. I think using it B is kind of trolling. The only problem with using it A is that you end up having to play someone here anyway. And then you like lack information in a weird way. Like, the person gets pushed off and then it feels like you're always threatened from long. In a weird way. I think the Shura's one is probably the most consistent though. Maybe ult C on turret contact. The only problem with ulting C on turret contact is that it means the Killjoy has to stay on this side of the map. And so you're always playing 2 here. I'd rather just ult off of noise contact of the Viper. Like, the Viper stands here, have the alarm bot here, have the turret here, and then let the Killjoy rotate at least towards this part of the map.
They get in, they get a kill, they get out.
Now Gen G wants to get proactive. for that
Yeah, Ash did have to
goal.
win a 3v1, and Fnatic did have to lose both pistols. But I would ultimately say that Fnatic's defense was strong, and their attack was pretty crap.
Further delay. Shot that alarm bot. Does get found.
Chronicle just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy 9 still tucked into that corner.
Like, even here, this turret means that these two could just double up garage and fight for garage control. They got no pressure at all.
Just jiggling on the angle. There's Kayak. Sends out a couple.
And then Tech's just got a line, which means he's full back. The wall comes up, they rotate A.
Warning shots.
That recon's quite big to clear out the lurker here.
Go here for the lineup. Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so Gen G has to keep their feet planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Checks, sees that it's a fake. Finds a headshot there on the Kayak. Pushes out. Shield gonna be reset though for Alpha.
Why is they not going?
Here on the wide angle. Spots it. Breaks it. Kills them off.
They're not trading.
Zone A.
It's just
They really think there's another person backside.
Chronicle now. Should have heard Chronicle arriving here on the side. They need to push forward. They get blood.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, like, even though I'm, like, being very critical of Fnatic's attack, they ultimately, again, lost 13-11, losing both pistols. Yeah, Alpha's ISO has not been as good recently, to be brutally honest about it. I don't think. It's been a bit more hit and miss. -9 2 games in a row. +4. -9, -9, 12, 18. I mean, overall, he would have been -18 until this game, and then, you know, -5 or something. So it's not been, he's been struggling a little bit. Breach is not valuable, no. If I'm Fnatic, I play ISO Yoru like they did, or I do a Viper comp. These are the two comps that I would run on this map right now. Breach is okay. Like, okay. If you really need to, it's okay. But it's not. Gecko on Haven? No, thank you. How would you anti that Viper wall? Didn't I just spend the last 2 hours talking about it? If you're here late, then go back and watch me rant for the last 2 hours. Okay, let me get a drink. I'll be back, everyone, in 1 second. I might run ads now, so you don't get ads whilst I'm reviewing. So, and I'll farm you because I got 1.5k viewers, which is quite a lot for me. So, I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec. KO's not good on Haven. I'm a little bit wobbly. Like I'm still a little bit. I feel a little bit dizzy. I don't know what's going on. I must have slept funny. Maybe it's just the dehydration. I don't know. Like when I walk, like I feel like drunk a little bit. It's weird. Age? Yeah, maybe it's my age. It's very odd. I've never had this before. It's like vertigo almost. What makes Gecko bad at Haven and why? Very quickly. Even when 100 Thieves ran it to some success, I never understood what it was doing. Basically, what did they run? Did they run this? I think. My question is, how are you getting any information with this on defense? The answer, you can't. You could stand here and maybe do it sometimes. But ultimately, I feel like the way they were playing it was like a flood rotator, where like you're coming in and trying to flash to flood, which I think is the most viable way to play it. But even then, I didn't see them do it that often. So I think Gecko's best use case is to just flash flood things. Which to me, I would almost just prefer a breach. Like we have a main control power, and then we have cross map stun power, which I think is better than the wingman. For retakes, the wingman's good at diffusing, but it's not that valid on this map. Like spamming the wingman on the spike's not hard here. By the time you get to this position to retake and use the wingman, you probably should be winning this round anyway, a lot of the time. And then on A, the round is over if wingman's on the spike, the round should be over anyway. So like I don't think the wingman retake stuff doesn't really make sense like it does on Icebox. On attack side, I also don't see that much value from... I mean, flashing over mid is probably valuable to stop mid pushes. Flashing here is probably pretty good to stop that. But it's a bit awkward. I don't think it's the most easy. Mosh pit's not bad, but is it really better than breach? Like, that's not bad, but is it really better than just like this and like this? Is it really better? I don't really think it is, to be honest, personally. If you get the spike down on this map too, you're probably in a good spot anyway. Like you don't need the wingman to help you plant a lot of the time, I feel like. There's maybe some gimmick around like here, like trying to plant and then flash through the back of the site with the wingman, with the Gecko flash, which is quite nice. Ultimately, I'm not convinced. Do you think Fnatic should ban rather? Do you think Fnatic should rather ban Pro and Ascent or Pro and Sunset? Pro, I've not watched their Sunset yet, so impossible for me to answer. I think that Cypher is more flexible than Killjoy on Haven. Flexibility doesn't mean it's better, though. I think that Killjoy pairs better with with Viper, though. The only issue with this is that what happens when teams actually kill your turrets all the time? Like, I need a team to show me how to use these turrets in a way that like beyond what Gen G are doing, or someone needs to punish Gen G so I can see what the next layers are. You keep asking me questions about the game. I have not watched the game. I cannot answer questions about the game because I've not watched the game. Okay, so it's Deadlock, Tear, Neon. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that Fnatic lost to this. I don't know. I can't remember if I watched it in APAC. I believe I did when they ran this comp. They farmed Boom. I think I watched that game. I think I watched it because I was watching Boom for Paper X, but I can't remember.
Come through in this tournament, but on this map I can still see it working. I can still see the value. The ult still pretty good. So there's.
I mean, the big thing about Teo still being valid here is the drone is still the best drone in the game, and the salvos pair with the deadlock, I guess, so there's still some use case value. I still think that I'm surprised.
There's opportunities here for Gen G, but it clearly isn't the same agent that it used to be. And I'm wondering how you're going to set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going
To set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker
I don't really understand what Fnac are doing.
side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going to be.
I think Kron probably needs to. It's tough because it's hindsighting completely. But Kron needs to play here. In this, if our three at middle are playing here and no one's playing here, Kron has to play this angle so that he's safe and can. I think.
Texture up for a lot of these
Or
hits.
does it even matter?
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably pretty fucked either way. I can't be bothered to think about it too hard. It's not my team. Long story short,
You have so much
Fnatic got fucked.
A lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going to be a quick hit into this B site. Texture finding first blood. Chronicle. Push up aside. And one flying Texture there to collect. Spike now to be planted. Poison orb.
These hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's
I have to criticize Boaster here too. Is there an argument that
To be. And I'm wondering how you're going to set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side. Agent that opportunities here for Gen G, but
actually the Viper was fucked Fnatic? Sorry, the Viper was fucked Fnatic. The Viper Ward is partly about middle, but because the Viper Ward has fucked them, it's allowed Gen G to scale up to this point and then just burst. And Boaster's not able to suck or stun or do anything with the star quick enough. If they wanted to have this wall up at the start of the round, the star needed to be placed probably here, and then Kron could play around it. But instead, they've walled up and watch Kron. So Kron has to wall up for the mid stuff that they want,
and I'm wondering how you're
and he has no information. So he sits information as they're stunning, and he's jumping, so he has no time to move.
see if there's going to be a method to the madness.
Yeah, the pistol was fucked. The pistol was fucked.
There to collect. Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated under the rafters, I do believe. Yep. Texture
I don't hate this Viper wall,
Fnatic
but
looking to fan out and reposition.
like for a pistol round.
from the deadlock. You know
But they did just cuck
Slow
themselves.
creep through the alley for Kayak is find that kill. The reload needing to hit some nasty shot far.
This is the one, and this is just Gen G able to really just.
And then obviously we can comment about Deadlock post plant and stuff later, like Viper Orb. Like this composition, I'll be very annoyed if Fnatic lose this game because they're losing to straight XX with this comp, where they're just Viper Orbing and then walling. Like if I see them losing to just like straight XX here, I'll be a bit annoyed.
And you know, a lot of people, you think about deadlock on that defender side.
I know they win. What I'm saying is, guys, I know Fnatic lose. Oh no, Fnatic. Sorry, Fnatic get fucked on this defense, don't they? They get fucked on this defense. What I'm saying is, I'll be annoyed if Fnatic lose this half because Gen G are just straight execing.
It's all just to try mid. Let's get a tiny tap there on a Munchkin. It's all just to try to keep this position protected. Eventually does get red though. Munchkin able to come away with the kill.
I do think that Fnatic's comp does have struggles against the fast execs. Oh, my mouse just died. One sec. I do think that Fnatic's comp does have some struggles against fast execs, but a singular Astra Star in both the chokes should isolate the Neon.
Flying, but
Like,
avoid it.
Stars and a choke should isolate the neon, and then Fnatic's comp is very good at flood, like just like
Yeah, that's theft by Munchkin.
double diving out of space together. So I'll be interested to see. I mean, the other thing is I didn't consider also is that they could also get cheeky. If they're losing to a lot of XX, they could get cheeky because there is nothing on the flank too.
All that util from the deadlock to make sure they're not in screens. Alpha is
Like this is kind of annoying, but I would say that you could still do their exit, their retake through A probably.
trying to re-clear the space in sewers.
I think what I would do if I'm Fnatic is probably play a 2-1-2. Yoru +1 on B, trying to get B main control at the start of the rounds. They could use the deadlock neck to try and take B main, but then they lose the timing of the exec and have to reset. So we get B main control. The 2 on A have star here, and they try to hold the A exec, and then there is a Euro TP on this side of the map. So if there is straight exec, Fnatic have 3A, and then Viper shop at middle is just to delay. Just delay with the orb.
A little bit of an audio beat. Thinking back. Picture. Watching here. Ash holding on a little bit of a deeper position. Is able to find.
Why isn't Harbor played on any roadmap? Because Harbor's win rate is very low, meaning that he's bad. Harbor's just bad. I interpret it that way around. Some people will be like, Harbor's bad. I will say that like his win rate's low. Like, so I think it's bad. Like, I don't even need to like think too much about it. Like, his win rate is so bad that it's not even worth considering. This is exactly what FNS's solution was. If anyone has like a timestamp for when FNS might have said what his solution was, I'd be very interested to hear what he says. Because I would imagine there's probably subtle differences, but if it is exactly the same, it would be funny. He says play Viper middle. Great, thanks guys. You've solved it. You told us the Viper middle, what the thing that every single team in the world does. Okay. You're a B with Astra behind. Okay. Okay, I spoke too soon. Okay, thank you very much. So FNS to play Viper mid and Astra and Raze B main whilst Fade and Euro aggro A main. So the complete opposite of what I said. I think that what FNS is suggesting is valid too. It seems like what FNS is suggesting is, I think is very valid. Let me show you. So I think these are two very valid ideas, and I'll explain. FNS's preference is subtly different. He is saying we can play like this probably. And what we do is we have these two fighting A main because their comp doesn't have the best A main fight in the world, but they can drone. And then we have the TP out and refight in, I think. Astra holding main and Raze at default. I think the Raze should be up here. Yeah, of course. Like, okay. Like, I don't have to put them. Of course, there's going to be a Prowler here. I'm like, I don't need to draw that in. It's kind of implied. Bosa then smokes this, probably sucks this, and we nade in. This is fine. This is fine. Yori behind Fade at elbow. Okay. This is fine. This is a fairly standard macro. Obviously, Yoru A main is fine. I would argue that this is not as good as the thing I suggested, though. Why is it not as good? It's not as good because this could just immediately lose to a Teo drone and peeking. It is not as good because it doesn't use Yoru's TP in a way where he can fast rotate somewhere. He is literally using it for himself. The other reason it's not good is because it concedes B main control and doesn't tax any utility on B main. So my plan would be for the Euro and Astra, if possible, I don't know how possible it is, I would prefer them to try and take B main control tax the util, it might start making Deadlock use the net. Because if Teo drones from outside B main, this is a waste of a drone. Like, the drone here isn't a waste because you're using the drone to exec. The drone here isn't being used to exec because we know that it's going to be shot from here every single time, right? Like, it's not going to be able to get far enough in. And it telegraphs the exec. Like, by the time the drone gets to, like, here, that these drone and B is a B exec. Here, it's immediately doing something valuable, if that makes sense. Like, to clear this space is, like, needed. Like, this drone is common. Like, we need this drone to kind of clear A main. We don't need this drone to clear B main. It's, like, almost a waste of a drone. So, my argument would be is that we try and take B main control. Then what we do is we probably... we've got two options now. We can either just leave the Astra and fuck off. Maybe go support middle and then still have the TP ready. Or Astra goes and helps. It's probably more likely to be the Astra go help version. But it depends what we're hearing on the map. If we hear any ramp control whatsoever, then he TPs and then Astra stays here. Then on the other parts of the map, what do we say? Fade, raise. The fade and the raise naturally synergize around this part of the map. Because they got the season nades to stop this control. And then we have the Euro TP fast. The biggest weakness in this idea is middle control is weak. But I don't think attacks middle control is very good if their style is the XX on the extremities. Obviously the Deadlock they can start playing slow rounds where they're netting the vents, which is probably good. But it means that as soon as we hear this net on vents, we know that they're playing for mid control. They're not any longer playing for like extremity XX. My plan here is this. It's very specifically designed to beat teams doing extremity XX, I think. The other potential weakness with this is that they could brute force B main, and this might not work. But I would argue that it should be fine. I think that if this doesn't work, this style doesn't work, you revert to what FNS said, almost. Where you have the raise here rather than the aid. So we'll see what happens.
Able to scoop a few rifles into it.
Snuff them out.
Good amount of fire.
Oh, can you link the VOD
Risky business
when he starts talking about it?
for Fnatic if they're not able to deny away a bonus conversion.
Okay, so they are netting B main, so that means that my idea is kind of not as valid.
Kayak not going to be caught by the net.
They're droning also there.
On the close angle.
I mean, Fnatic should be absolutely fine to win this round because they have used their net and they've used their drone. The problem is Boaster dies.
Kayak not going to be caught by the net. Staying tough here on the close angle. Kayak not going to be caught by the net. Staying tough here on the close angle. Kayak not going to be caught by the net. Staying tough here on the close angle. The texture finding one. Both are going to be taken down. TP's going to be coming.
Yeah. So a rough start from Fnatic just because Boaster instantly dies. Like, this isn't macro related.
That's so. Still have the drone even here for Ash. Maybe get a good reveal.
The save.
It's a save. It makes sense.
Yo, chat. If I'm pausing right now, no cap. If they can't get an op, it's okay. Because they're saving these two guns, right? Bro, just let Viper play mid by himself and then 2-1-2.
I mean, okay. I don't need to. I need like the details itself. We don't need to discuss too much, but we're on the same page,
Right? Fade dogs at the start of the round at B, at A. If there's nothing, you're rotating.
This is what the analysts are. Yeah, this is what I'd love on an analyst desk. Imagine me and FNS just arguing about this
And
shit.
then the other duelist, B main. Why not? Why would you play passive still? You've lost 4 rounds straight to that setup. This isn't even a Teo thing though.
Catch the player up on
This isn't playing like pussies and
that's
dying.
round
Like,
over. You know, you use the tail out in there, sure, just to be careful. Just be
Okay.
we gotta.
nice spike mesh. Completely nullifies Kayak's position.
Isn't that just standard for split defense? No, it is not the standard for split defense. It is not the standard. The standard round is not to play Viper solo middle. it's subtle. The standard is for someone to be with the Viper middle. The standard on this map is probably looking something like this. This is probably the most default you're gonna get. Right? You have this Melrin player here. There's a very big difference between this and this. Or this. It's subtle, but it's very big. Yeah, the Viper can play here or here. It's fine. I don't care. I think it's probably right. You should probably play here. I probably put it wrong. I think that this is more of an old school way of playing it, which I think has value here, but I think the new school way of playing it makes more sense. Especially in my macro here, because the Viper can come spit quickly if the Euro has to TP out. So I think this is perfect. I think this is perfect right now. You want this Raze wants to try to get onto the ramp line probably. This is another big thing. Getting this ramp line right now would be very big because the Viper I don't think is orbing ramp. Yeah, it's a Viper wall even this time. Viper wall here. Which isn't that scary because if you look at where it's cutting from, like a Raze playing up here, it's way scarier to play against this orb here where they could just like come through on a timing than it is to have this space where you have more distance between you. And the attack would have to walk through this. So Raze is more than comfortable trying to like this. The ideal is the Raze getting up to this position basically. The other thing they could do is once they do get this position is then you just leave the fade by themselves and then they can rotate if they want to. It depends on what information is happening on the map. But yeah, I think me and FNS are basically agreeing. Why don't you play any Sentinels on the map anymore? It's never been a popular Sentinel map. In 2023, you didn't play, like most teams didn't play Cypher because they played double duelist, and Viper's better in the double duelist setup most of the time. That's crazy. That's a beautiful seize, by the way. That's a beautiful seize. It's a whiff. Okay, Alpha did have to get two. Yeah, I don't think Munchkin really realized that the trail has like owned him. And then he peaked like a noob here. Like Munchkin should keep distance back here on the line. Instead he goes close, which is micro mistake. No, this is a mistake. I don't usually focus on micro too much, but I think it's when I'm coaching I don't focus on it too much, like things like that. One sec. One sec, I'm getting asked to do something for tomorrow and I have to think. Okay.
Understanding of Gen G's positioning already on that pistol. How is it up? The way it went down.
Yeah, rougher position that they would
like right now, imagine in this very second, it's the 2-1-2 that I suggested, or me and FNS suggested. I'm gonna say my version of it though. Yoru's here. Immediately, you see the Viper orb coming in. TP here. There's a fade here. There's a raise here. We're about to seize. We're about to nade. We're about to have a Yoru coming in. They would be fucked right now. There's not a chance that they get through this choke. Why is this orb? Why is this star here too? Why is this star just not in the choke? I would just have this star in the choke. in my variation. I think this star makes sense in the grand scheme of how Fnatic play this map. It makes no sense against this comp, I don't think. I would just have the star on the choke. I'd be nading this choke. I'd be seizing this choke. There's a Euro coming in. There's a Euro spamming. It's GG. Look at that, man. Euro spamming right now. Instead, we're playing solo A. We push middle. We're playing against a no sentinel comp. So if we're going to push middle, why the fuck are we not flanking? Fnatic are not playing very well against it's rough, man. It's rough. They're not reading comps well. They're playing like their own game, but they're not reading the comps well. There's very just subtle. It's not like they have to reinvent their playbook. They just need to subtly change some of the ideas, I think. And then we see, like, usually their retake A with this double statue is good, but they don't really have, because they've got this comp, they don't have Omen Paranoia or Breached on. It's pretty much just Alpha satcheling in by himself. So it can look good, but it can also look like that. What's one thing that I do well on this map? Usually their B main reclear is very good, but it's not good against this comp. Like, this comp is just directly hitting extremities. I'm a little bit annoyed right now, I'm not gonna lie. This is not the greatest series of the year in terms of like strategic value. It might just be because de facto these teams are good, but I'm a bit like it's certainly not close to the best game of all time or anything in terms of strategy. It's like not even close.
Gen G knows that they've been taking some open map space. And that Fnatic part of the game.
But entertainment, yeah, the entertainment it's been entertaining for sure. But I wanna like make it pretty clear that like it's a bit like the M3C Fnatic split game where like genuinely my memory of it is that it was a terrible game of Valorant. But everyone else's memory of it is that it was like a very fun game of Valorant to watch. I do think that Gen G do play very well. I just think the Fnatic didn't adjust to the compositions very well. They didn't game plan very well. How did Crashies get so many kills here with the classic? It's literally just... Honestly, in ranked, like you guys should actually, if you play Fade in ranked, you just do shit like this all the time and it works. Knowing that like floor recons are very strong.
Find that elimination spots out the head of Alphayer, who comes away with the kill. Nade's gonna be sent. Reminder that Showstopper still here in the back pocket. But no blast packs to try to escort him forward.
Are you happy to see Viper being played as so strongly? Say something about Viper isn't the second best controller option. I think I'd more than happily have Roy on my stream to argue with him about it, because I'm a pretty stubborn person, but I'm also pretty reasonable. But I would happily fight to the death that Viper is the best second controller right now. I'd fight to the death for it. I don't think it's even close. How many maps have Fade preferred over Sova? I think Fade's doing quite well right now. I think it's preference really, but I think Fade's actually slowly going up my list. Like I used to prefer Sova, but I think Fade might become
Still going to be no timeout scene here for Fnatic. Likely to be called after this.
Is there any reason people are voting Clove? Because Clove is terrible. It has no anchor value. Its main value add is dying on attack and being able to smoke. Its smoke timings are too high. The smokes themselves aren't particularly good. Yeah, I mean, for that, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. This is boring. This is the kind. You know when I get distracted, and I stop watching VODs and I start yapping. This is how I feel right now about Fnac's defense. I'm very bored, honestly. Hopefully the attack is a masterclass, because I'm not enjoying this defense.
Find it there on the pre-fire. Relay bolt connecting. Blind is out.
The neon in this comp is kind of cool, to be honest. I usually don't like neon, but Texture's neon is fucking insane. I think people are going to watch Gen G and think they should play neon, which is not the right thing. I think that Texture's neon is just ludicrous.
He tries to hold down the sight. Wow. And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop. The angle. Watch. Kayak.
Did you ask your question you wanted to about first seeds?
Their second round win.
That is crazy good stuff.
I mean, I answered the first seed question earlier.
Texture that she's exceller on for Fnatic.
Stiggy, my proposal is that we just reset it. Like, I personally don't think the first seed is a big disadvantage, but it's like clearly not working at the same time. So let's just reset it. Let's just keep it even. Stop the whiners. Stop these geeks whining.
Initial push from Gen G looks so good, but the response just better from Crashies. Ooh, Chronicles
You just gotta ask the question: how good was 2023 Tokyo Fnatic? Like, if these teams are whining, just how good were we? Like, having the disadvantage of skipping the group stage and then just farming. Just how good were we?
Forced out of garage. That side of the map clearly Crashy's domain. Munchkin tucked into the corner. Texture here to try to reinforce.
Gecko reasonable. I like Gecko on Icebox. Gecko on Bind and Icebox. I love Gecko on Bind, man. Bro, I'd kill for Gecko on Bind too. To be fair though, I think that with honestly, I'm a Deadlock hater, but on Bind, I've come around to it on Bind. I've come around to it on Bind. So I could see a world in which you don't want to play Gecko because it might be hard to solo initiate Gecko because people are pussies. Giga Chads can solo initiate a Gecko though. That's a hell of a shot by Bosa. Look at that. Beautiful. NS. Get your NSs in the chat, guys. Oh, he got that interaction's kind of rough. That interaction's rough. He's clicked the ult, but it still got him. I don't know how I feel about that one. I kind of think it's valid, but at least it's got entertainment value.
It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for Gen G.
What was that?
What changes do you think Paperx needs to do to face Gen G after beating Sen in the upper bracket final? I will tell you my answer. Like, if I tell you my answer, like, what? My stream is a place of open honesty, right? So if you ask me a question, I'm never gonna answer with a lie. So I just can't answer that question. And I'm not funny enough to give you a good funny answer. Yeah, also with beat Sen first is probably the track by track. Yeah. If I was in my coach mode, I'd give you some nonsense answer. What's the nonsense answer? What is the nonsense answer? How did they lose to Gen G? 2-0 Ascent. I know what the answer is here. I know what the answer is here. Here, they just got fucked. I know what the answer is here. But I can't say, so.
This is tough. I mean, a lot of the kind of small change-ups Fnatic have been making kind of worked at times.
I think honestly, the coach answer I'd give would be about my real answer would be about certain things that I can't talk about. My coach answer that I would give in an interview would be about the vibes in the team and the energy and like, you know, making sure that they're all positive from the beginning, and even if they go 0-4 down, they maintain that energy, because I think that the energy has been really important for them this event. Secretly, I'm thinking that's kind of true, but also there's some other shit.
Texture, full set. It. Up the rope is TP. Karen finds himself.
Karen is fucking farming. He's TP'd into the smoke. He's done Boaster's play against Boaster. That's so funny. The speed in which Gen G is playing is Fnatic aren't handling it very well. They're flustered as fuck. They're not making the best macro adjustments, and then they're flustered. Like, even if they didn't make the best macro adjustments, as long as you're not flustered, you're still gonna hit shots. But I think they're a bit flustered right now. That must have been a shot as well. What the fuck happened here? I feel like peeking the angle that Texture did is like, I just see people die doing this all the time in clutches. Like 2v2s, I feel like this is like the worst angle in the game. Look at that eye as well, just eyeing on the floor, and Ash doesn't even break it. I guess he went for the peek before the eye, which is kind of fun. He purposely didn't break it.
Leads to the round win. Not the cleanest one, not necessarily the one that Fnatic were looking for.
Who is the best? Who do you think is the team that is on the best form this tourney? Gen G. I get worried though with some of these comps and ideas. I think that if a team had good game plans, they would look worse. Not necessarily like they will lose 100%, but
Might just be the floodgates open with those kills. Hit does come online. Immediately gets invested here in mid.
Does PRX have a row shot win it all? Track by track, baby.
Flush the Viper out. Crashies though. Ooh. Elbow gonna be spotted, but Foxy 9.
I don't think you guys know what track by track means. You can't. That's not how we answer questions here.
Kind of left in a dilemma.
One track at a time.
A little bit of spam there with the stinger from Boaster, but you're not exactly sure, you know, what's going on either side of the map.
Do you think the level of Valorant now is lower than during 2023? I wouldn't say that, no. I think the level of Valorant is generally higher. I think there are some concepts where the game has either stagnated or regressed maybe slightly. I do think that EG versus Fnatic was the highest skill level you will see in terms of ult theory. I think the game has slightly regressed from then in terms of ult theory. I think there are areas that have stagnated a little bit, but overall, it's like overall there's been an improvement in the game. There are more teams that can beat each other. There are more teams playing better Valorant. At the very, very, very highest levels, there are still some things that I think are lacking, but it is what it is.
You're talking about the awareness. Follows in off the back of the neon.
Ult theory, like how to use ults and how to counter against other teams' ults and how to take orbs on the map. I don't think EG were very. I don't agree with EG's eco ult stuff, but everything else was perfect.
10 seconds left.
There was a consideration on orbs on the map and how to anti-orbs and how other teams are gonna ult and how you're gonna ult and like this like dynamicness between the two.
Able to trade one. Back in the neon. You're talking about it. Almost at the ready. Texture gonna try to open things up here.
Oh god, yeah, it's just over.
Just try to see conceivable, you know, how maybe, but round's already well out of hand.
I don't know what Fnatic are doing, honestly.
The vulnerability does manage to cut Texture in half with that judge. Both are similarly playing forward.
Hidden positions.
Ah!
He'll pick up Crashies. Alley off the shorty, gonna prove to be a little bit more depth.
Oh, he shouldn't need to satchel that, right?
Alley off the shorty, gonna prove to be a little bit more depth.
He peeked too quick and he shouldn't have satcheled.
Does not get sent.
What's your take on G2 forcing after every pistol? I think the Stinger buy is really good.
Pushing forward.
I think the Stinger buy is really good.
Somehow makes that Bucky connect. A great effect. Weapons collected. Phantom Vandal in hand.
I think it's very easy to look at the results and say that the teams had like. I think honestly, if I was the coach, I don't want to fucking hear it. Honestly, I don't want to hear it. If I'm the coach of a team that just lost after the first seed, I don't want to hear it. Get your head down and fucking play. I don't want to hear it.
30 seconds
We're
left.
gonna have full awareness.
Like obviously answering a question is like asked of you is fine, but I think to go out and say anything about it, I think it's wrong. I'd be so annoyed. I'd be so annoyed if I'm the coach and the first thing I heard was something like that. Like I would not accept it.
Trying to assess. They're running out of time. Noise made. Sunfound. No boy.
Are you telling me that before this event started that these teams would have chosen to go to the group stage? I highly fucking doubt it.
Can you see the player screens?
No.
Like I think in hindsight now we can start having a reasonable discussion about it. But I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear players like on my team if like talking about anything but the reasons we lost the game. Why are we showing a POV of a team? What? Production.
Out of time. Noise.
Oh, it was the technicals thing. I'll be honest with you. Wouldn't this be kind of cool sometimes to like feel how it feels to be? I know we don't get the comms, and we shouldn't have the comms, but it would be kind of cool to feel like sometimes how it feels to play around. Like, maybe I could suggest this for like, because I think I should be doing some more tricasts with Lauren and Mike. Like maybe this is the kind of thing we could even talk, like do like a tricast round where it's like, okay, Mini, like you just speak for this round, because we're gonna go into like a team POV. I'll write that down. I think that's kind of a. Yeah, I mean POV of players too. I think I don't like it at a global event. I think that like the way that I see things is very like I've learned a lot about this stuff from Lauren, and I think the argument is always things like this are very good domestically, where we can test things and have a bit more fun. Whereas like at global events, we should be very, very, very like tight and serious. And so I think that domestically, this kind of stuff we should do more. Like have like a whole just POV of one player for a round or something. Like we never get to see this, you know what I mean? Like just someone like pulling out their shit, actual POV. It's kind of sick. So let me. I'm gonna turn off OBS 1 sec. I'm gonna write down my notes. Where's my notes here? I'm very lucky that I did that, actually. I'm very lucky that I turned off my OBS there. I just brought up the entire VOD review notes I had for Paper X in the last game. Can't wait till that player gets whooped off barrier. It's fine. That's honestly that's more that's like cool. Like if they get whooped off barrier, that's even more interesting. And then you just go to the next player POV though. Like obviously it should be team POV. You know what I mean? More so maybe. If it's player POV, then you could immediately be like they got whooped off barrier. Lol. Let's go back to the overview. But I think this is I've hit max I've hit a new peak of viewership, guys. 1,600 viewers right now. I appreciate it, guys. I do appreciate it. My max with no raids, I should say. Obviously when Sticky raids me it's ludicrous, but casters will hate it. Why would casters hate it? Is Father's Day today? Is it actually? Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh. I think my dad will not care. I just told him that my chat reminded me. Wait, did you fuck me over here? No, it is. Okay. It is Father's Day. Casters will hate it. I think you gotta remember at a global event casters will hate it because they wanna do the best of their craft. But it like truth be told, I don't think casters wake up in the morning and want to cast the two worst teams in their league and like fully send it, you know what I mean? Like there's a very different approach when you're talking about different stages of competition, right? Like as much as fans get annoyed, it's the reality. Like if your team isn't very good, you have to treat them a bit differently. And the stakes at domestic level are not as high. If your team's already been knocked out of the fucking tournament and they're just playing random group stage games for no reason, you can't approach the game the same way. And so like especially in those moments, like these kind of more experimental things should be tried.
Down now by 6. GenG undefeated pistols. Fnatic need to rewrite that narrative right here, right now.
I have not watched XOG yet. You're wondering where they messed up? They messed up by picking Sentinels and then picking their best map against them. That's where they messed up.
Unbelievably huge round for Fnatic. Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture. Really need to get
Here right now.
This is an unbelievably huge round for Fnatic. Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced.
So some kind of okay, it's a double fake. It's a double fake. So Fnatic are faking here. Then Yoru would TP here. And clone. And they will make loads of noise here. And then they'll go back A. So first fake, second fake, exec. That's the tempo right now.
Forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture. Use the toxic screen to reposition just a little bit. He's got a little bit of help.
So the first fake's made even more feel like a fake because the Viper Wall. Oh my god, they put the Viper Wall at A. Guys, it feels like an A. And then... Oh no, it's a B. Oh wait, the Viper was actually used for A. Like, it's cool.
Well. Right out in front
Fnatic do this quite a lot.
That's where the bulk.
Unless... Okay, no, it is
Might
this.
not be a full-on hit from Fnatic.
Keeping it quiet. Clone pushing forward over towards that B site. Does get cleared. Charon playing up close. No smoke there. Up the skate. And going to get down high amplifying the kill that breaks open the A site. Fnatic now in position. It's a spike. Gets planted. Prowler on the check. Texture to be noted. Poison orb set up. Make that exit from screens. Not impossible. That's Alpha. Catches Munchkin. Unawares here in mid.
They should do a toilet bowl show for each region to make the worst match of the season the most entertaining. I mean, it's not quite as brutal as that, guys. Like, I'm not saying that we should just shit on teams that are shit.
rid of.
I'm just saying that like you need to approach it slightly differently. And like I'm using like the most like extreme example, you know. Well, I mean, generally domestically we should treat games differently than they are globally, especially before it's like deep playoff stage. Like the analyst desk should be more fun TikTok vibes earlier, like a little bit earlier in the group stage than it is like deep playoffs and stuff, you know. And the casting should change slightly. Like I'm not a good enough caster, so my caster doesn't change. But like, you know, if you listen to Pansy cast, she obviously changes like a little bit in a very healthy way, you know.
Pretty wild, but they're just trying to obscure their positions, trying to keep Fnatic guessing about where the stack is, but they're pretty split up here.
What's my thought on picking Neon on split? I don't love it, but I do like texture on Neon, and I think for this composition they're playing, I've seen a lot of value from his ability to get out for the explosivity this comp has. It has a net, it has the orb, and it has the Teo salvos, and then this allows it to feel very explosive on the attack side.
Here from Foxy is Ash tucking in towards Mail.
It makes sense for that comp.
Before the Nebula ends up falling. Prowler gets a spot onto Foxy 9, considering maybe sending out the net here. Try to get a catch.
What is Genji's used for? Retake? Yeah. So if the opponent, it's two things. If the opponent defaults ramp, then it stalls the A. It also allows your vents player to rotate. It allows you to rotate in and out of vents, mostly out of vents, safely. And then if a team defaults ramp, then you have constant pressure. And then also on your retakes, it allows you to go through the side.
Swing around, Kayak.
Cat on the keyboard. That's funny.
Instantaneous here. Displaces texture, catches the shoulder there of Karan, looks for a little bit more. Some damage exchange, but Karan certainly taking the brunt of it. Paranoia going through, Karan trying to push forward, plays it a little bit of an off angle, but managed to catch one off guard as Foxy tries to get the jump, but
hello, Milkus. Milk ass 37, sorry. Milk ass, hello Milk ass 37.
30 seconds left.
not riding the rope quite just yet, plays it out a little bit more slowly. Alpha trying to get that shot through.
Alpha.
That
Okay.
back up, Kayak. Delta on the first shot. They need more of that. But this is the attacker side for Fnatic. This is where they should be doing damage with this comp. This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this.
Did Patman get his mouse? I don't know. Apparently, yes.
Deep to counter the Yoru. And another for
Oh, this orb's slightly deeper. Interesting.
Playing forward here, Judge in hand.
Oh my god.
Cycle, Prowler.
Beautiful from Fnatic. Munchkin, honestly, a bit of a noob there. Like, you're playing against the bonus round, kind of. I know it's a pretty strong bonus. And he's the one with the weakest gun, and he makes like the most bold play possible.
Pushes forward.
I would rather he just played more passive angles with the Judge. If he was on a boat, if they were on a low buy, I think that plays really nice. But given the fact that he's not the win condition of this round, I would want him to play passive.
All of their forces to one side.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Anticipating somebody could be up close. Oh my god, texture.
What is the main cause that, like, I haven't watched the game, so I cannot tell you the main cause for Fnatic's loss. The cause for Fnatic's loss on their Haven was that they did not have a good game plan versus the composition Genji had for the attack side. I would argue that the reason they were losing this map on defense is because they did not have a good game plan against Genji's attack side. Like, honestly, pretty bad. Like, at 4-1, FNS said what they should do, and I said it at like, well, like 2-0. Like, we both called like a very early on in our streams. Like, his stream's more like a co-stream, so it's like, I'm sure he would have been able to say it just at the same time as I did, that like, there's a pretty obvious solution to what Genji are doing. Yeah.
Catch on the slow. Just trying to get the catch there. Free fire on the angle. Unable to find it.
Still have that sonic sensor there. Backed off. He's gonna replace it. A little bit further.
I think that moment though where FNS and me said the same thing, like I quite like it because it's like there's so few times in Valorant where it feels like you can say that like like I feel like a lot of times we're very separated in analysis. We're very separated, and like we just like we have a lot of people saying different things. Whereas like in moments like that, when it's like very specific to macro, you very rarely get to hear two people talking about macro in that way, and like see like the similarities. Do you think FNS could be a good coach? I think so. The problem FNS has had this year though is that they were behind the meta when it came to the Teo stuff. So it's like to think Teo is a bad agent. It's like it does make me question things a little bit, but I think he'd be a good coach. The other thing would be like I think that the system for Valorant that they had long term, whereas a bit more about the anti-strat, I don't think is the best system. I think if he played more of a system where it was like more fundamental focused, with a bit of anti-strat on top, rather than the whole style being about the preparation of anti-strat, is what it felt like from his teams. TLDR, it's better to play your own game than the opponent's game, but you also do need to shift. Like I said, Fnatic needs to shift to a 2-1-2 in this game, but that's more than fine. That should be part of your playbook anyway. Like,
staying put. Just playing off the exit of this nebula.
if PRX offered your coaching position, would you accept? I explained this earlier. Like, there are a lot of teams right now that would want me to coach them. It's not. I think PaperX probably gave me an offer at the start of the year. I think Alex maybe asked me at the start of the year if I wanted to be a coach. But he wasn't. He was obviously not the only person. I'm not coaching because I didn't get offers. Like, it's not the reason I'm not coaching. Bro, if I took offers for coaching right now, I'd get like fucking every team in the world DMing me. Apart from like 3 teams. Some of the offers I had mid-season were hilarious too. Some of the people that were interested in me, like despite the fact I'm obviously not coaching, I had some very funny people DM me. Oh, Kayak fucks up. He tried to get his knife out. Hello, sir. Energy was not the team that reached that mid-season. I'm not going to say who. It was teams that were like very unexpected, like very strange. Like it probably wouldn't work kind of teams. But like you gotta respect the fact that they actually do their due. Like a team that reaches out to me mid-season is actually doing their due diligence. Like, if you know what I mean. Like they are probably managed fairly correctly if they are reaching out.
Stingers, Guardians.
You guys could guess all you want. Like it's fun. It's funny reading what you think it is. It's funny. It's funny reading. It's funny seeing what you think.
See if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes. Oh, Munchkin.
Funny because true. I'm not gonna say regions.
Different angle this time. Plays back in,
but you can like it's regions that maybe don't make as much sense. Or maybe countries that don't make much sense.
The Boombot's not going to clear it, but Alpha still just too damn fast.
I'm not gonna. Actually, I even forgot. There were more. Yeah. Some of you are right. Some of you are right. I forgot there were others. I was thinking of 2 specifically that were funny, but there were others.
Gun barrel spotted. Double.
Kayak on the headshot.
30 seconds left.
They're on now. Alone on the site. Revealed. Blinded up. Showstopper. Not going to be able to find the kill. Take off B.
What actually happened this round before I was bragging about being
See if the... Seems like they're making sure to check.
a hot property on the marketplace?
Doesn't hear anything.
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner now. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation. Pumat's not going to clear it, but Alpha
Munchkin again.
just too damn fast.
Is that the angle you take with the judge? I feel like you want to be slightly closer, don't you? No, you kind of got to be here.
Not going to clear it, but Alpha
Hmm.
still just too damn fast. Big part. DB tucking down.
So 2 rounds now lost, probably because of Munchkin, to be honest with you.
A.
Just clear the headshot. Your mesh. Foxy. Gun barrel spotted. Double.
Bottom Kayak. Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
They're on now. Alone on the site. Revealed. Blinded up. Showstopper.
Okay.
Kill. Now to
In there. Kai. In position. You're gonna have. It's just a boom bot check. You never know.
Total deadlock on Sunset. My take on Sunset right now is I think from what I've seen is that teams are playing very poor Sunsets, and I think in general Sunset's not a very well played map. So I don't really care what comps teams play. I think that if teams played better Sunsets, Deadlock would get less value. But in the current iteration of Sunset, where people are still playing it very poorly.
not going to spot anything.
And I'm not going to pretend to know everything, but I know enough to know that it's not being played well. Which Sunset team is the best so far? It's difficult to say.
Starts getting popped.
Sen probably.
Chronicle's still going to be on the late linger.
Sen probably.
Just waiting for contact. Probably just gonna rip that paranoia.
Who would I get as assistant coach if I came back to coaching?
From Fnatic.
Um,
Kayak does clear. So the deadlock util.
30 seconds left.
Blast back
I'd probably. I mean, I always want to work with Anders because Anders is the one who
comes up with the kill. Munchkin, however,
honestly teaches me the most about the game.
finding one, looking for a little bit more, swaps the weapon, and Poster crucially keeps himself alive.
But I don't mind like a situation where it'd be like Anders remote and I was only in person by myself or something.
Tries to go for the overtime, but Chronicle arrives when they need him.
And then I'd probably want someone else to help with like prep maybe, or like having someone else around to help with like some of the nitty gritty rounds where it's like annoying rounds that I can't be bothered to think of.
Munchkin, maybe just
It
a
depends who the
slight
IGL would
faster.
be too.
Had left, had gone towards the stairs. He guessed incorrectly. Went for the gunplay. Saw it work out for him on Haven. This time around.
I think it'd be
though,
depend
get
on
it
the.
drawn in time. Great cover there by Chronicle to make sure that Texture's ultimate can't do any damage. And now you've got just about every other
Yeah, I mean, Asuka being remote was good for prep. Yeah.
for Fnatic, so a lot of options on the table for this round.
I don't think that me and Josh would be good to like. Our skill overlap is too much.
And that's the critical factor. Being
Same
able
with
to
solo. It's
round
like
one,
head coaches often have like
without having to
vision
commit the rest
and
of
leadership,
these.
and like you then just need
Getting them built
like
puts Fnatic in a very
people with
good
specialized
spot.
skill sets after that. I feel like.
As you mentioned, Armageddon, one
I mean, you
shot
could
away.
have someone like Josh or Solo, but like they would have to accept that they're probably being used in a very different way.
Munchkin this time gonna play a lot more of a
Like
distance
they have to be
around
like a
mid.
bit more
Probably
bit
trying to
raw.
check, refire, just get a bit of damage.
Do I watch any other sports? I watch UFC.
Twice about trying to lurk forward into that
I watch
net.
UFC.
Huge win
I haven't watched
for
enough recently though.
Fits.
Like I didn't watch the card yesterday. I have no idea who
He's
fought
been
yesterday.
allowing them to kind of push up.
I watched some football, not very much.
Here we go, dimensional drift time.
Another. What's this? So
Not gonna walk about
making
like
noise A and then
spot.
using it as. This is nice from
So
Fnatic.
they're into having a spot. Kayak gonna walk
It's a nice
about,
idea.
see what he can spot.
They do just double up and die.
They're into having a
Why was it so obvious?
Too much resistance.
position around mid.
It's because they made loads of noise at middle at the start,
Then in towards B heaven.
and then they did this idea. So like they're very like Genji are very kind of skeptical of this. People are very skeptical of Euro ults now. I mean, part of this is because they genuinely think they might be in vents right now. But people are so skeptical of Euro ults that I think that fake Euro ults are not very good in this meta now. So, I don't know because I've not really watched much UFC recently. So
Brings it back into a
30
3v3.
seconds left.
Hit available.
Looking for the jump. Grab now.
I don't really support a club. Manchester United were the club I supported when I was a kid, so probably them. But I kind of just like laughing at them now because they're so bad.
Map seemed like perhaps Chronicle was going to get caught. Net able to find two, the push forward, but Munchkin is draping over the bite. It's Foxy9 able to find two, the push forward, but Munchkin is draping over the bite. It's Foxy9 10 with a poke with Texture. Pre-fires a swing out of elbow.
Right, really?
He is in with a chance to try to clutch this out. Crashies playing it backside. Texture trying to narrow it down. Spots him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Here's the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time. Works this time as well.
Kidding me right now.
Texture on for the defuse. Trying to listen for it. Does he have it? He worked the last time. Works this time.
Does that Neon Speed win that?
To try to flush him out. 1 bullet now.
I think it does, doesn't it?
Worked the last. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet now, just a classic.
I think Crashy thinks he's won here. I think Crashy thinks he's won. But he hasn't. It's basically how that goes, I think.
Texture here at ramp. Pre-fire angle. The kayak in response.
Oh my god. Kayak should definitely be dead. They come back from 12-7. That's kind of impressive.
It's not gonna park. It's a good amount of damage in exchange down to 32, but gives them the player advantage for the moment. Munchkin lingering in mid. Still holds on to this pit. It's not committed quite just yet.
They got Viper ult, but they're still doing this shenanigan.
Finds it. It's a little bit whippy. He cannot escape. Crashies is there. To trade it back. Some revenge here for his ball teammate, but Foxy9 refills the space. Hit on the peak. He's out time Chronicle. To the backside, Ash. Armageddon at the ready. Could send it here off the rip. Stuck in the drone.
Tail ult retake.
Seems like he may just end up saving this for the retake as you get a double exploration here from Alfia and Kayak. Pushing in towards Ali.
Ali?
Held across, Crashies.
Is that actually called Ali? I don't know what to call this.
The site widely given up.
It's one of the bad callouts from us, I guess. This is CT like everything else is CT. I can't remember what we called this.
So low on HP, but still fighting, still persevering. Ash from the drop down. Finds the first.
There was a huge tech pause in favor of Fnatic.
Goes in. Looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Wings it out. Finds one.
Yeah, but they had the disadvantage from...
This is not gonna be the kayak plays it well.
That's crazy. But Fnatic had the disadvantage of being the first seed, so I guess it's fine that they got advantage from the tech pause.
Not done yet. You've got to be kidding me. Back to back. Less than a second on the clock rounds. Ash doing his damnedest. So close to it. It isn't for that haunt. He probably has this round potentially. Oh, so close, Munchkin. Oh, thought they had it. They gotta tighten the screws a little bit here to Gen G. They're gonna be on Nico on this round. Alpha.
Texture on the peak. Dead. Alpha quickly dispatches.
I know it's dumb, but like giving alpha kills like that is like probably not great at 12-8.
Smoke.
I know it's just like an eco, but like
Calling them out momentarily.
I don't know why. I just feel like alpha should be given kills like that.
Taken low.
You don't want alpha feeling. You don't want alpha feeling good.
Heavily at risk now. Smoke's just gonna be cycled. Some noise made. Try to relay that, but Munchkin.
Why not just say deep CT? Because if you say CT, you could be referring to this choke, this choke, this choke, this, or this. Like, you shouldn't say CT. It's just bad. You should just have specific callouts.
He's a madman.
It's only Ash on that ace.
It's Instago 45 Nico. I mean, I don't hate people doing dumb shit on Ecos like that.
Just find the timing though.
I mean, I'd prefer they did something together.
His way into the sewer.
But specifically giving Alpha any kind of confidence is just GG.
30 seconds left.
Try to start things
I think he
off.
finishes with 28, doesn't he? And he's 20 right now.
Foxy catches a shot to the face. Clone noted.
What exactly do you do in the tech pause? You have to be quiet.
As Ash is still a world away, Munchkin tucks
You
back
have
into
to be
garage.
quiet.
As the spike
You're not allowed
gets
to talk.
planted.
So usually I would think about the
He
game.
might be regretting sending this pit out. Drops it to try to give them some kind of chance. Recovers the weapon, previously dropping out.
Sometimes I try and rest my head a little bit, but then sometimes the observers would then notice that I'm trying to rest my head and then put me on camera and not let me relax, man.
Getting the headshot. And Ash at 30 with just a singer cannot make it happen. Fnatic 3 rounds away.
Like I was sick once and I tried to just take a little nap.
Oh boy. A gamble there by Munchkin.
a little rest of my eyes, but
So ready for that swing out from Texture. Paranoia misses.
they said I got on camera the entire time.
Kayak with 3 on the round. Fnatic right back into it, right back into another ult cycle as well. Showstopper, dimensional drift, cosmic divide, tons to work with here for the EMEA #1.
Yeah, Fnatic cook up good Euro ults. I imagine. I mean, they could call a lot of different shit with this. I would prefer at this stage though of the game, when you've got this many rounds to get back, to just use 2 ults and then 1 ult next round. Use 2 ults for an exec and then use 1 ult for post if you really need it, but hopefully save
And these
an ult.
mid positions really just not being dealt with by Gen G. They're giving up a ton of space. I mean, Munchkin will go for these plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes, but
He is just dancing.
Raze plus Astra ult is probably
that is too close for comfort.
It's gonna work
the
his way
most
back
consistent
across into
pairing
Nail.
here.
He does have Ash slid in.
But Euro and Astra ult have got really cool ideas. You can do lots of different shit.
Karan up and over the top. Just gonna go
The
for
Euro
a
ulting B and then
little
just walking up
position
mid.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That opens up Nail. Here for Fanatics.
here. Ash pushing forward, smoke dissipating.
I don't really understand that one. I don't really understand what the attempt was.
For Fanatics.
It should just be like as soon as this smoke goes, don't make any noise. Now Euro ult and then walk.
Here for
Because now
Fanatics.
that they just know you're mid. I don't really know what they're doing.
Ash pushing forward, smoke
Don't really get it.
dissipating. And Poster destroyed. And Ash finds another. Damage done. Smoke
I guess they were
dissipating.
doing it so that Alpha could Euro raise ult off of Predators, and then he can raise ult up here off of the Euro ult, I guess. It's I don't know. Overcomplicating? I don't know.
Smoke dissipating. And Poster destroyed. And Ash finds another. Damage dealt to Alfia, puts another 72 to Spike.
Siggy said they were doing some anti-Euro ult.
Push.
What, Gen G?
These team. They've got a real chance. Again, these mid positions.
I don't see it.
Karan up and over the speed position here.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That opens up Nail.
Do you think me and Siggy will work together as a team? My initial thoughts when I used to get asked this is that like we'd be pretty bad on a team together. But I think the more I think about it, the more I think it'd be fine. I think that the only issue would be we're kind of like we have different. The thing you want from a head coach, right, is a vision about the game. Like, you need a vision about the game, and me and Sticky's visions about the game slightly differ. And so it's almost best at times to, like, if you do have a differing vision of the game, it's, like, more difficult to resolve. Hey, Sarah, thank you very much for the sub, I appreciate it. And then plus, because we're friends, like, it's kind of difficult. Whereas, like, the people, like, SLK, obviously I consider him my friend, but, like, he's not, like, someone I've known for, like, ages. So, like, with SLK, I could pretty much be like, yeah, bro, nice idea, I appreciate it, but we're not doing it. Whereas with Sticky, it's like, nice idea, you fucking moron. Like, it's, like, different, you know what I mean? Like, it's different, like, there was a chance we could have worked with Weber once too, and I remember telling Weber, like, I think it would just be awkward. Like, me and Bose already have our system going and a shared understanding. Like, I think working with you, I'd find it awkward. Like, if things don't go right and we have to, like, kick you or something, like, it just feels rough.
Here's the stun. Gun number 1. Flash going to be found. Texture on the jiggle peak. Sending out the relay bolt. Has them reeling backward. It's 14 seconds remaining. Fnatic have to make a go.
Yeah.
They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking
And a lot of the things that Slicky is good at is stuff that I think Boaster is very good at. So it's like,
relay bolt. Has them reeling
yeah.
backward. It's
It depends
14
who we're
seconds
playing
remaining.
with, I
Fnatic
guess.
Have to make a go of it. They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking so much damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for 1. Spike now. He just
Pirate.
He's outdone them all.
If we could find a middle ground where there's some maps where we maybe do some, like, if there's, like, some maps we struggle on, where we could do, like, crazy stuff that, like, some like more like slicky vision stuff, then like that would make sense. And then on the maps that I think that like we really don't need that stuff, if we use sliggy to like min max it a bit more, like have good micro, and then have like set rounds where we're like, okay, there's a lot of times with both, so I'll be like, okay, I know we need this round, but I don't know, and I know the parameters of what it needs to be, but I don't know how to design it fully. Like, can you just design it? And I'll give him like the specifications of what we need. Like, it needs to do this. Can you go make it? And then I'm good at like critiquing the solve. I'm good at identifying the problems and knowing what we need, how to solve them, but not every detail. If that makes sense.
In the first half of this event, but here in playoffs, some moments of weakness that have been capitalized upon instantly by Fnatic.
What do you think Bosa's weak spots are? The community seems to think it's mechanics. Yeah, it's his, not necessarily mechanics as much as just ability to frag. Like, his fragging is lower.
Completely different ideas.
Guardian, Vandal, Sheriff, 2 Stingers. This Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into Garage.
He lost that battle last time. Gonna play it safer this go around.
Astra ult fake.
Just crouching here on the peak. Might be getting more than he bargained for, but it's gonna be the Prowler just as a bit of an
Does Genji need to change tier for another initiator?
Trying to get out. Clone sent forward. Munchkin.
I'm not really hard focusing on defense, to be honest with you.
Complete wraparound from Fnatic. They love to do this.
I think with the composition they're playing, the tail is actually fine.
Pivot over.
In a weird way.
Really understand what's going on.
Bot quickly cleared. Texture letting him know that there's a close.
A team will do something good on defense against them, and they'll get fucked though. Like they'll have to do a whole comp rehaul. I don't think just changing at tail would be enough.
Try to gain some control of his mid position. Crashies would love to grab this orb.
Also for like having attack rounds where it's the last 25 seconds, 30 seconds. I think that on this round it's bad. I think that sometimes it's because they're not playing well, and sometimes it's because they're playing well. Like this round, I watched this round actually. I don't really know what they're trying to do. They take ramp control. They take ramp control, and then they take B main control. And they got no space on the map at all. They can't exec, and now they got to go take middle because they don't have any control on the map. I don't really get what they're trying to do. It's like they missed all their timings. But Fnatic are smart enough to know that despite that, you could just go and trade out effectively together. And that's what they do. They just go trade out. They don't panic. And like putting the time this low, like I think the big problem this round is this part here. So they take ramp and now group up here. But this is the problem. They've left all the map control. They try to exec at 50 seconds. And they get, for some reason, it's taken them about 20 seconds from this point to this TP to do anything. They made it really obvious, and then they get stifled on their exec, right? Like it's not a clean transition between this fake and then or this pressure and then this exec. Like it's really bad. So now the time is getting lower and lower. But like to put yourself in the defense shoes here, like they're in a good macro position, but to feel out this timing, it feels like on defense it feels like you have to do something. It's like you end up seeing players panic a little bit. Like Ash has panicked basically. He thinks it's a full BX, like he's checking mid, he's just overswung. This player is panicking. Karen isn't panicking. Why isn't... Yeah, I didn't realize this. Yeah, there's a barrier to be thrown, and he's not throwing it. That's strange. 24 seconds left. Right now, he could just barrier B main, and they win the round. That's pretty bad. Like he could argue that like he wants to buy next because like this is an expensive piece of util and they don't have a great buy for next. But like there's 30 seconds left of the round.
Able to find Ash.
I think they just win the round if they use the barrier correctly.
Blind coming through Alpia. Can't see a damn thing, but Kayak is still profiting.
Is that Fnatic's orb, by the way? That's Fnatic's orb.
Try to gain some control of this mid position. Crashy would love to grab this orb. Mid forward, the nightfall now already. Sends it connects on
That's Fnatic's orb. Isn't that kind of shit?
to one. Texture going to be missed.
This is Fnatic's orb.
Kayak
It looks like the defense orb. Oh no, this is okay. It's defense orb, and that's attack orb. It's weird. It's so weird seeing an orb here and an orb here that's like the opposite way around. Like obviously, usually the attack orb's out here and the defense orb's down here. And so like, it just fucked with my head a little bit.
breaks open mid and heaven.
I thought this was defense orb because I didn't notice it wasn't the pushed one.
Still profiting, still finding value. And that's the cleanup coming through.
So good trades from Fnatic. Poor
And they're about to clash right off the rim.
execution in the mid round.
And there's the kill.
Alpha's attack side ooping is pretty good.
They even tried to bait for Texture and he still gets beat. What patience from Alpha.
The problem we had with Durka on Chamber was Durka Chamber was he was one of the best defense players in the world on Chamber, but his opping on attack wasn't the strongest. Like Durka was fine at opping on attack, but for some reason there were times where like Alpha was able to just stand still in a position and then just kill, whereas like Durka's always trying to explore and get more value.
Pause in the action. Fnatic again loves to do this.
So I think sometimes attack side opening is just
Try to
about
play
standing
with their
still.
opponent's head, keep 'em guessing. But
Is triple senti icebox viable?
complete
Yes.
mid-control because of that barrier match.
Yes, I think it's very good.
So you're just gonna stay in the 2-2 split. But that puts a ton
I think
of
it's good.
pressure on these players that are gonna be on the heavy side of this attack. Whenever Fnatic makes their move,
I haven't thought about it in terms of like context of the meta at the moment because like teams are now showing like different icebox things, but in isolation, I think it's good.
Push up now into A heaven. Gate crash right there alongside Khan's position. With Ash lingering here.
What about no senti max flashes and harbor? What about no senti max flashes harbor viper? I think flashes are bad on icebox, and I think harbor is not great on icebox.
Armageddon at the ready, rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down finds himself a third. They run the clock, but they're still able to get the plant in time. Is this a 2v4? Munchkin and Foxy 9 to try to deter Fnatic from bringing this into OT, and Crashies is still on that lurk, still waiting. Down with it.
Tell that to Sadhak.
Spot out on the Kayak.
I mean, if you watch stage 2 desk, I would happily
Foxy now in the
happily say it.
The net lobbed in. Sends out the ultimate.
What 3 senti is good on icebox?
But it's not able to
Chamber, Killjoy, Sage is what they're referring to. Chamber, Killjoy, Sage. Killjoy is like almost a must. Sage is borderline a must, but nobody plays it. And Chamber just replaces the duelist.
unbelievable from Fnatic. Running 5 in a row. That sent it to overtime off the back of extremely disciplined play. Methodical stuff there. And again, trying to jiggle peek for Texture. Alpha having none of it. And then the discipline at the end of the round again to give Boxing no chance for the clutch. A little bit of a Michael Jackson impersonation there from
Oh boy, well, this man here on the faces of the Gen G coaching staff, thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half after the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves back over.
So this is now more like I think I remember watching this round. So Kayak is playing more of a I don't know why Fnatic are so obsessed with middle, but Kayak gets to play with the smoke and then gets the TP out. So if Genji go B, we have a lot of people B side the map. If they go A, it's time to Kayak to get a kill and then a retake to happen, basically.
Over here onto the attack.
They are just hard reading that Genji go B here.
It's like these attack rounds so important because of how the map went. Both teams getting 9 on each side. Genji just gonna slide on
If
past.
Genji just ban split and Icebox, can
Awareness of
Fnatic
this
win?
maneuver from Fnatic. Don't receive any contact on the other side of the map with the Prowler sent out by Crashies. Gen G.
I can low-key see Fnatic
once
actually
again, explode onto the site.
Pushing in towards Kayak.
being grand final okay on pro, if you know what I mean.
Paranoia. It's a minor little clip
Like, I don't think they're probably good on pro, but like a grand final pro could be okay.
here on the texture. Takes his exit back over towards screens. Fnatic already full rotating. Getting themselves into position to try to go for the flood retake. Plan gonna be handed over to Ash. Still gonna be 2 charges away from having that Armageddon online.
Why don't teams shift whilst using Terror Drone? Because sometimes you just want it to go out fast. Teams probably should be shifting more with it though.
It's not gonna be a flank. Wants to go for another check though. Sees nade. Gonna be sent full
Okay, so we see the double satchel this time, and it actually works. So it's just a bit 50-50 that retake. But you take a 50-50 there.
Munchkin has everything to do and no way to do it.
You onto the site and Gen G. Players are
Foxy 9's not had a great map. It's crazy ADS with the Phantom there, by the way.
All now down to Charon.
Okay, GG's. GG's. Good comeback from Fnatic. Shouldn't have been in that place in the first place. Shouldn't be struggling on that defense side, in my opinion. How long we got till this game start? An hour. Okay. Why can Munchkin IGL actually shoot back unlike FNS? Because Munchkin is just a better player. Oh, that's a nice thought, Blob. I was thinking Blob, something like that recently. I saw a video where I saw a video recently that was like I used to be a graphic designer, and like the idea was like you give a brief to like 2 different designers, like you got to design this thing, and then both the designers go and design it, and then like another designer like reviews them both and like talks about them both. And like I was thinking that you could do that in Valorant, where you like give 2 different coaches like you like some strats that they need to make, and then like see how they solved it or something. It's kind of very similar. How should Fnatic? Yeah. It's interesting because I think for broadcast as well, we should get co-streamers more involved. And it could be a way of getting analysis in more. Because a lot of co-streamers are analytical minded. Like FNS and Stygia are 2 of the biggest co-streamers. And both of them have analytical minds. So like there could be a way of doing that for broadcast where I'm like, could we... I think specifically for Stygia because he is EMEA, but like EMEA. It could be a thing we do. And then it stops me being the only one who's like whining. I'm gonna write that down. I think that's a good idea. There's something there. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something there. I think one thing that we could do too sometimes is like, imagine there was like a big, we're doing like desk for like let's say that like someone got a 5v1 in the last game or something, and then we got we're talking about the last time they played, like getting more co-stream reaction, like integrating co-stream more into the show maybe. Like I quite enjoy watching back the lock-in video where it's like the streamers reacting to us winning lock-in, and seeing everyone's reaction is kind of fun. Bro, we could ask Tarek these questions too, but there's not a chance he'd answer. There's not a chance that he'd be able to answer. You think Tarek's giving us the 2-1-2 on split defense? Can you tell Bosa to fast execute into sight and not wait for the last 20 seconds, please? Okay. I don't think Tarek would be down for just getting roasted though. I don't think why you'd do that. What is your fave team to watch tactically now? I mean, Gen G is probably the G2 are always going to be my favorite team to watch when they play comps that I like, but Gen G and Fnatic were not probably. Sentinels are still capable of giving us some good games though. You don't like watching Paper Rex? I mean, let's be real. Like, I enjoy watching the boys play, but it's not my style of Valorant. So it's like, it's fun to watch them play, and there are things that they can do that no other team can do. Even like strategically, there are things that they do that other teams don't do. But it's not my style. Best team you have ever seen playing in all time? You know the answer. You know the answer. Okay, we're gonna take a quick look at sunset. We don't have too much time, and I'm getting hungry. And I watched a lot of this map, to be honest with you. So I already have a lot of preconceived ideas. So compositionally, both teams leaning into a Viper, which went a bit out of favor on this map. Breach is shit now, so it shouldn't be played much. KO, I think, is kind of crap, so shouldn't be played much. So I love this Viper idea from both teams. I quite like this wall. I don't mind it. I think it's quite good. I'm gonna give you a lot of my thoughts already because I've already watched this yesterday. My thought on this wall is that it shouldn't be getting anywhere near as much value as what it's getting. Like Fnatic, like almost don't even bother to like go in and like check what's going on. Like my game plan against this wall would be to just cage and cam the corner, and then just know that B main, like have full information on B main every round. And then by having that, we can split the map as we need to. Especially as we're going to see Fnatic do a Viper wall quite a lot that's up here. I do not see why they shouldn't take B main control and then are able to split from all these angles, especially as they have this wall and Gen G love playing 3A. So they're not going to be able to deal with one person here, like 3 people there, one person there or something like that, or 1-2-2 or something. So that's what I would do if I was them. They do not do that. They instead use this wall, and I don't really know what they're doing with it. Their orb is here, I think, and I don't know why it's here. Like I think it should be higher up technically. I think it'd be slightly higher up, but I don't mind the orb. The orb is necessary to counter the one-way that happens quite a lot. It just makes re-clearing out A quite nice, and you can scale up with it quite nicely. You could counter and say that the cage could just be an option here. You could just leave a cage, and you could do the orb something else. The problem is that nobody likes doing walls on B on attack, despite the fact that I think that there are probably some nice wall orb combos on B. So I don't hate them using the orb A. Pistol round, they're going to use a strange wall. Are they going to use this wall, I think? Which I think is quite good. I think this is quite a good wall. Yeah.
This time around,
I think Liquid did well with this wall. I was a bit like, with Liquid, I was a bit critical because I was like, I don't love having to use both pieces of util for re-clearing A and like there's a lot of util being used there. But I guess without Astra who could dissipate and without committing a Cypher Cage here, it probably makes sense.
Starting on the attacker's side.
Do you think Astra can slot in Omens in Fnatic's comp? Yes. I think Astra could be used.
Stack up over at A.
The problem is though, is the
On the attacker's side.
okay.
Stack
There is something that Wendler was talking to me about a little bit was like we gotta keep an eye out for Kron's orb, right? So if they orb here, they're doing like one default, and if they don't and they save it, they're doing a different default. So like there's a read about their orb. The other thing is that like how fast Neon moves on the map gives information away. So like if Neon's immediately just brute forcing space, then we know kind of what ideas they're doing too. So I'm gonna keep track of what Fnatic are doing, try and tell you like what reads you could probably get. So there probably are some reads.
Genji be a little late to the party.
Rolling around the corner, Karin. Backpedaling, trying to stay.
Karen's solo A. I don't know what Karen's doing.
Back of that drone.
So yeah, so Kron threw the orb here. So if Kron throws the orb here, right now it equals an A. If Neon makes noise here, it equals A. Is basically what I'm saying.
Beautifully. Able to find the opening kill. Genji. At risk of losing their second.
Should more teams use Viper? Yes.
What just mattered most?
Trying to flood through. Foxy checking for lurks. Didn't see anything, but that stack over on his side.
Gone over the top. Okay, spot him. Munch could able to find poster.
But that stack over
Viper still feels gimmicky on Attack Sunset. I disagree. I think that a lot of teams are using her poorly. Genji's wall on attack is very bad. Genji used this same wall on attack as defense. If you use the same Viper wall on attack and defense, it means that you fucked up. Because that shouldn't be the case. I don't understand why they use this wall on attack. I mean, I do, I think, but I don't think it's valuable. It doesn't, like, it lets you walk to here and then take B main. But it's not, it's like, it's a waste of a wall, I think. Do you think there's maps where Breach is still good? I think it's viable on maps, but I don't think it's optimal.
stack over on his side.
Gone over the top. Okay, spot him. Munch could able to find poster. Kayak could be taken down. And suddenly, it's a player advantage for a brief little moment there.
I think
See anything,
my
but that
my
stack over through.
my read on this wall is that you should be able to plant here so that you can create a situation in which you play here and like here with this part of the wall. Like this wall allows you to play like a kind of more aggressive post if you wanted to. So I would try and plant here. And then you can also then rewrap this way and then see the spike from short. So I would really try and prioritize getting an open plant with this wall, I think. The wall just allows you to like plant safe. Plant open, sorry, more safely.
Might just matter the most.
They try to flood through. Foxy checking for
What's the
lurks.
best walls for ranked?
Didn't see anything, but
I
that
wouldn't play
stack over
Viper
on
in
his
ranked
side.
personally.
Gone over the top. Okay, spot him. Munch could able to find poster. Kayak could be taken down.
But you just use like
It's a player advantage for a brief little moment there. Inside of Genji.
this kind of wall is fine. Your teammates, if you use this wall in ranks, your teammates will be confused and probably fuck up because they'll like run into this wall and not understand. So this wall is probably fine for ranked, the one that goes across like that. And then I'd save the orb for post plant. Just you do the wall that like cuts off that a little bit, so you can actually walk out A, and then save the orb for post plant.
Go ahead.
Yeah, solo controller is the play in ranked. I agree.
Diffuse
Apart from on
noting Alvia tucking back.
no, it is solo controller is the play in ranked.
Looking for the headshot, runs out of bullets, but Chronicles there to bail.
Observe.
Fnatic.
This stuff completely dealt with, and then they can break open all these angles.
So this is the wall Fnatic use. I think there is a little gap for them to walk through here. I'll be honest, I still don't love this wall. I would like it more if I saw them actually use it well though. So play patterns wise, it's like it threatens this a lot, but I feel like it does threaten this. But when I was talking to Wendler earlier, it was like we were discussing that this player should just close the door, and then he goes to play top mid, and then the wall doesn't do anything, and then they break the door, and then you're kind of have this player probably come across, maybe. I think this wall is good if they did set up the kind of one here and then actually used it against the 3A, and they were quick enough to like actually do things interesting with it. But most of the time they didn't do anything interesting with it. They just like sat around middle a lot.
Side of that A site. Now you've got the Marshall there for Chronicle, a couple rifles for Kayak and Crashies.
So they even smoked top right mid despite having this wall. I don't really understand what the point of the wall is if we're smoking top right middle, to be honest with you. I don't really understand why we're using 2 pieces of util to do something. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's kind of okay. Over a couple of guns. Munchkin just gonna try to use that toxic screen, keep himself hidden. Had a rough go of it on split on the defender side. Out of the trickery that he tries to employ was nullified by the smart and methodical nature that Fnatic brings.
Slowly drifting across, gets to the opposite side of the wall. Alpha can pick their on current at top mid.
That long range headshot.
Swing out, tech at top.
I don't know what Cron's doing.
That long range headshot.
Swing out, texture. This is the final one. Chronicle going to be taken down. It's just the Marshall available, but the drone over the top. They'll get the spot check here on a Munchkin, who sets up the snake bite, which is able to hold them at bay. Relay bolt into the corner. There's a shock dart. It'll land right at his feet.
What's this recon?
Cannot keep.
Is that for the? Is that on the palm tree? Sorry,
Right at his feet.
it is on the palm tree. That's cool. I didn't realize you could do that.
Fishes him out.
Bro,
Cannot keep him protected. Recon to the back. Quick clear. The push forward. In from market. His paranoia goes across, and Foxy 9 lingering within the smoke.
Oh, Alpha, man. That's not how you play, is it?
He's out. He's able to find one. Eventually, will get taken down. Drop down though from Ash. Suddenly makes this a lot more costly. Textured Boba. Ash playing the corner.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Brings it down to 1v1 the clock. Running low once again. There's the tap to swing in. Looking forward. A bit of damage going to be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Spike planted.
Just a slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be approaching from. Drops down. The turn back.
I think if this round Fnatic had 4 here and 1 here, and then Cron started exploring, it would make more sense. But I don't.
The recheck of back.
They are ultimately grouping on the side of the map, but there's a Viper wall. I think against the Deadlock Viper, you probably just scale up here.
To tie it up at 1-1.
I'd probably do a 1-1-3.
What else can you say?
And then insert B main, have soft control over middle. If we run into any problems on A, we just go back to B split or B.
But Ash is the
Use that classic to great effect. And that's got
understandably so.
oh god, yeah.
Rescuing the round. Still would have been a rough feeling given the number of weapons dropped, but losing it.
Alpha randomly spraying the smoke confused me so much. Can you give potential give his potential thought process? I mean, it's pretty simple. He thought someone was in the smoke, and so he shot the smoke. It's that simple.
Hurts even more.
It's stupid because he's got a sheriff,
Slow approach here.
and the player could just timing him. If he had a phantom and he was spraying the smoke, it wouldn't be as bad because you could just immediately shoot your gun again.
On. Door's gonna close.
Oh, a lot of space.
Just a slow approach here. Booster gonna claim some space in the mid. Door's gonna close.
Oh, a lot of.
I mean, the read kind of is if they orb here and Neon's here, it's an A. It is just an A. Like they either do that orb here and default this side of the map, or they're just fast A. That's the read right now.
Space. He's just fully walking up, but things are coming down. So kind of anticipating this, but Texture able to find Kayak mid-slide.
On.
Boaster able to find him.
I mean, Burst was able to get the lurk timing because of that smoke, to be fair, but still confused why we need 2 pieces of util to do it.
Gets taken down off screen. Crashies now. Gonna try his
It feels like a bit of a misallocation of resources.
Texture will be feasting.
Spike down A.
Mr. 4K showing up once again. The smoke has something to say about it. It's gonna be Foxy off the flank who's able to find the kill. Chen Ji now gaining the lead 2-1.
And other than giving up that space in mid and not really accounting for that aggressive quick lurk by Poster. Snappy shot there early from Texture.
They know they're obvious when they hit A. Yes, they know they're obvious.
Great relay
They do know they're
There was no real
obvious.
chance for Crashies. Let's go! And then Munchkin rallying the troops. Coming right back into this map strong, especially
The
on
problem I have though is that they're not.
Get that
Okay, so
win.
like let's take this round for example. Fnatic have done a few times where they've gone up here. And so now they've conditioned Gen G into fighting A heavy. So, what Fnatic could do now is two things. They could continue to condition the Neon, and maybe even the Orb, and have the Neon do the stuff that he was doing before, and be ready with people in B main, and maybe some people middle. And then Neon makes noise, and then you slowly start working your B split, because you got this wall. And this player just runs back and it's a fake. The other thing they could do is just simply go for a B right now, knowing that Gen G are most likely playing 3A to shut down the A control. Instead, I think Fnatic will end up using the orb here and defaulting mid slowly. And by the time that the Gen G's just left the player here, they're going to be like this again. And then Fnatic don't get any value from
this map.
all of the conditioning they had on A main.
Close to a couple big ult, Foxy 9 in texture. Very
So yeah, they're just playing a slow round after, yeah.
So now into the first rifle round here between the squads. 3 half armors on the side of Fnatic. No outlaw to be brought forward here from Gen G though.
Now look at this deep screen though that Fnatic's got set up. Try to allow them room to maneuver in mid. Just gonna try.
So like Gen G are doing very good at recognizing how to play against this wall. The Neons immediately got to this point of the wall. This player is playing top side of the thing, able to fall back, and then Deadlock's just being Deadlock. Kind of soft holding back side.
See what kind of reactions they're getting. Clearing that door.
The Deadlock wall is a bit early,
Cover this push.
but yeah, this orb has not stopped the Omen doing anything. The orb's not stopping the Omen from doing anything. It almost would be better right now if like just did their A main stuff at the start again, as a default almost.
Like to be handed over.
They spent 40 seconds on the map doing almost nothing.
Kayak in a
Now they
position
have to
can't get caught.
re-clear A, but it's not a re-clear. It's literally 5-man going.
Deeper line, starting to backpedal
Oh
away.
no. I mean, to give them credit, they have forced rotations to B, and they're going to end A. So they do have something going here.
Gonna be lion's share of Fnatic still hovering here within tiles. Now sights being turned over towards A main.
Yeah. Gen G here.
What do you think about Vice instead of Deadlock? I think I prefer Vice.
Patience that was shown on split could be coming through again. A lot of their utility was set up at the B site, and they haven't moved.
Mini, help me. What?
Three there. They've kept their strong side on that half.
30 seconds left.
Is that a vape? No, it's a pen.
Clearing mid.
It's a pen.
Top of the cage, Munchkin playing forward just along.
Mike didn't make it? Bro, Mike didn't make it? What? I was on a call with him last night. He was in Atlanta. What happened? I told you guys, you remember I told you guys yesterday that Mike was looking up, like, Mike's like really into, Hypox's really into aviation disaster stuff. And so he's been watching all his aviation videos. And now he just he's like fulfilled the prophecy of him getting stuck. He's stuck in Atlanta. I can't believe it. We get what's your duo name? Panka. Panka. Pankuka. Pankuka? I prefer Panka. Kanzi.
Side the walls.
Get to Toronto ASAP. No, I think Akufa will do
here.
better than me. It's all good.
Push comes in, finds one, turns back. It's a good amount of damage, but cannot collect the kill. But Texture certainly can. Let's hurt a little bit more. Has the stun. The slide, the spot, the overdrive pop.
10 seconds left.
Is already
Who's playing today? It's second game, right? Oh, Fnatic. Oh god. Okay, TLDR, Bayer. TLDR is... What is the TLDR? Wolves are banning Haven. No, Wolves are banning... RQ are banning Split, sorry. That's 100%. RQ pick Icebox, they probably pick Icebox again, don't they? It's rough they got banned pro. Unless RQ really love Haven. They like Haven. They do like Haven. I wonder. These teams just suck just enough to not pick Ascent versus Fnatic as well. You need emotional support. Bayer, let's be real for a second. You're not gonna have any problems.
just Fury online. The weapon carried over, but Gen G starting to get further away here in the round count.
Now those senses coming alive for Munchkin. Doing a nice job there. Setting up the texture, finding that first kill.
My emotional support is stop being a fucking moron. Like, you got nothing to worry about.
Despite the loss, now it's going to be Texture the operator coming in with that so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies. There's a lot of tools here for Fnatic to put this eco into their own hands.
Good luck out there.
Spam on the top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors.
And then VOD review tomorrow. VOD review tomorrow. We're going to be listening to every single word you say. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle.
You'll be
They're
fine.
outside of A.
You'll be more than fine.
Net now coming through.
This is.
Kayaking.
You should be excited. Surely. You should be excited.
Dragged forward. Elfia doing his damnedest, but he just has that sheriff to risk it.
For them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies. So a lot of tools here for Fnatic to put this eco.
Yeah, I don't get it, guys. They've left B main the entire game.
into their own hands.
Stinger spam.
Obsessed with middle.
Go ahead and clear out
Obsessed with middle.
one of the sonic sensors. Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle. They're outside A.
I guess as an eco, I don't really get what Fnatic are trying to do. I think Fnatic needs to simplify their sunset or something. I'm a bit confused.
Locking off now.
Waiting the time of ID with him. Ooh, a little bit of damage done to Munchkin.
They just keep going middle every round, man. Like, what is?
Ooh, right outside this door. Seems like he's expecting the pressure to come through here. Just be able to swing and
They don't take B main, but they take middle. And so they never have any. They can't ever go to B main because the wall is there.
get a kill, quickly dip out.
Say, gonna have to use the drone here. There was a smoke that just dissipated.
Oh, thank you, but Birch.
Spot, but saw the start of the fast lane.
I do quite like the hoodie.
Kayak is gonna be playing pretty far up in mid.
I mean, Gen G's got a pretty decent read on what's going on here. Paranoia sent by both teams. Nobody making any moves off of it though.
I don't like this wall now. I don't love it. I do prefer the A one, like that wall, but I also like B walls. Like, I'm one of the few people that apparently likes B walls. Like, I haven't been able to try them in scrims or anything, But I would be very interested in some of the B walls. And I don't mean Genji's one. I mean more ones that cut off the site a bit more. And I'm not going to show them to you because I don't want people to know what I talk about.
Heat check there.
Quick little dodge. Texture.
Is this how sped up
Reposition
real life feels for
towards the
short
forward side
people?
here at mid.
Isn't that all relative though? Like
Drone's gonna be used over at A, so
how would I know?
Fnatic
There's
trying to
just
sell a bit
pixel
of
out of place poster.
Like how would I know? It's like if I
trying to
flew
sell
to
fake.
Mars and things feel different.
Knives
I'm not gonna know
Kayak,
it feels different.
Texture looking for the flick, unable to find it.
30
Texture
seconds
repeats.
left.
Not missing too much though.
I'm thinking of
Not
Interstellar right
great.
now with the time
Revision towards
moving
market.
slower or whatever.
Sonic sensor
And
on
you
the
just
other
don't
side of
know.
this one way as well.
Obviously you can feel
Catch that up
gravity
to try to
differently.
punish.
Balls one here in the alley. Taran ready to try to play off of this one. His time again starting to dwindle.
Oh, I was supposed to put on. Wait, one sec. One sec. I thought so Steph subbed to me. And then where's the twerking boaster? Oh, here we go. Sorry. I said that if Steph subbed to me, that I'll put a twerking boaster on my stream. One sec. Let me figure out if I could do this because I'm not very good with OBS. What would it be? Media source? Desktop. Where do we want this on the screen? One sec. You too can have something on your screen. This Dirk used to accept my sponsorships. I gave him sponsorship space. He gave me sponsorship space for 1 sub. Oh shit, that's not what I want to do. Where does Bosa twerking go? Right in the middle of the crosshair? How about always on the player cam?
10 seconds remaining. Taran gets himself his first kill. Understands way, but not finding it. Ash pulling from behind. The round is over.
It's kind of distracted, honestly. Luckily for me, I don't actually get to watch
Forced to
this.
sit back and try to hold on to these weapons.
And you guys got to watch it.
God, this
I get to
the mid control this time. They're really diligent about it. Probably something that was talked about.
This is why EMA production don't listen to you.
Ash just being
What did I
really
ask them to
pivotal
do?
in the way that
What don't
he's
they listen to
placing
me on?
himself. He's the one. And most Texture still has an operator.
That does get the catch on a 1.
Now they just scale up A fast start round. No more A, no more mid shenanigans. But because this is the first time there's no smoke here, and the net hits someone, now they're just rotating 3A. Fnatic just, I don't really know what they're doing, guys. I don't know. They went middle a lot, didn't really do anything, and now they're just being readable. But luckily, it's Genji trying to hard hold A, which isn't the best idea in the world.
Massive shots.
They didn't use, like, Genji didn't use their Viper Orb for anything. They just fought in front of it. Not the best idea from Genji, either. So after this round now, you would expect Fnatic to once again go 5 towards A. And so what are Genji going to do? Because they should know that Fnatic are going to go heavy A. I would put Texture on A with the Operator. Yes, there we go. Texture is A with the Operator. I'm surprised they even bother with 3 people B. I would just put a load of people A. And yes, Fnatic once again do go A. This is how fucking easy this game is, guys.
That opener dissuade Fnatic a little bit.
Texture pushing forward. He's been a bit of a risk taker, to say the least. Pushing with the shorty. No one getting baited forward into the smoke, however.
Okay, so Fnatic did get deterred for some reason. And they're going to go into a B split.
Fnatic tried.
But they're sending 3 people B main, despite having no control on B main and not knowing what's behind the wall. They're sending nobody market right now, and they're sending a Neon top mid who has this fast lane anyway, so you don't need this wall because you can literally fast lane. So I'm very confused.
This mid-exploration.
They don't even use the Viper wall.
Again,
I don't really get what Viper wall's been used for. They fast lane it anyway. I don't really understand this util inefficiency. They've used a Viper wall and a smoke and a fast lane to do this,
been left open.
which is could be done with one fast lane and maybe one smoke, or maybe even just one smoke.
So this is gonna be a
And then
little bit tough
Boaster's
here.
solo market.
Karn and Munchkin.
I don't really understand. Why are we 3 here? We know that there's a Viper wall here. We know that Deadlock is often putting stuff here. It's going to be hard to get out this choke specifically. Why don't we just send people through market and this way?
Surrounded.
I don't get it.
A little bit of arousal as well. Just a little bit annoying. Paranoia gets sent
So we
by-
leave Neon top mid solo,
People hand to Foxy somehow. Draws
and
back
then
enough
B exec.
to clean up the kill.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, looks fine, I guess.
Advantage for the moment here in the
I'm a
side
bit
of GENG.
confused. So now with the new map, this Chinese touch, it feels like with the new map, backside is like more holdable, or teams are going to be more willing to hold backside. And to counter backside, you need to go up this way, right? Because jumping up this box is kind of dead. Like if you jump up, you're going to get killed. So a lot of the time, you're going to need to path this way. So my argument would be, why wouldn't we want to go this way so we can actually have some space in our post plant, potentially at least? Like, right now, we don't have control of anything on the map, and we just got... We're there. It's looking dead.
Site control for Fnatic.
Trying to plant the spike before we have any control on the map. On this side of the map.
Interrupted here for the
On this side.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
Count over the
30
top.
seconds left.
And try to get this pick.
I can't look away from Bosa twerking. I can't help your preferences. You know what I mean? I can't help if that's what you prefer right now.
This is down to Althea.
Down B.
Cheeks on the mind,
They're all
yeah.
set, but again, low on time.
It's got nothing to do with me and everything to do with you.
Otherwise, there's no real idea about the player's position.
How many viewers do you think we've
Thing
lost
revealed off the
since
recon.
Bosa started twerking?
GENG gonna be very comfortable.
Was it worth the one sub?
Swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again the round lost. The clock gets away from them.
You gained 100
Unsure that
viewers.
they carry nothing forward. 6-2.
You
GENG
gained
still
100?
control.
Fair enough.
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that battle against Kai.
What else could I put on my
Over
screen?
Defender spawn. Without that,
I like this idea that my stream is the most nonsense stream, but at the same time, everything I say is like perfectly like perfect Valorant analysis with the most ludicrous delivery.
I think you're gonna give poor Solo an ulcer.
They up by indeed, but neural theft still held here. The pit now available for
Bold,
them to
Sliggy.
get into a post plant.
Bro, I can't get Bond Alpha's just mean.
Working their
We
way
all know
towards
that's just
section
mean.
With the op.
Munchkin's got his pit as well. Ash has that Hunter's Fury. So
Just continuing to push. Finds one with heading
How does
exit.
texture...
So far, the
Texture's
enemy
movement with
able to
Neon
exchange
is
fast
probably
lane.
the best
Sets
in
up
the
for
world.
quick exit. Texture gets out scot-free.
He's definitely the best op player
Nice
with
try.
Neon in the world.
To re-peek.
But his movement
Not
is
yet
so
falling for
disgusting.
Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him.
Not even like
out.
his like attack
Still at risk of being caught off
movement
guard.
where like you're going in fast,
Back in
but just his
position.
like reposition movement is just
Both
disgusting.
Neons keeping it quiet. Same time, Boaster, Crashy's pushing forward, trying to take some space and control here at top mid.
look at where the sonic sensor is.
Smoke cuts off the one side. Paranoia gets sent. Slows the approach. There's the peek, and it's a headshot to boot.
I think specifically his operator usage with Neon is definitely the best. It's not close.
But to what avail?
So what's Fnatic done this round?
Hear him. Exit, sit.
They gone up
Foxy
A,
now got
and
not
then
yet
they got
falling.
killed,
Risk
and then they
face
explored
one
middle.
side. Now, planted here at top mid.
I
and comes
don't
up
really-
attention. The Furies right in Chronic down to the first deaths.
Now they contact A. The contacts A have been their best rounds because it involves not going middle with 5 people. I don't think it's so much that this is like the best idea ever, and so much that like it just feels not right for them to be scaling up middle and waiting around middle for like 30 seconds every round.
A headshot right there, clean through the box.
they might scale off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
There's a neural tap. Paranoia going to be sent out from Karan. Holds him at bay here for
Is there a ratio between how many subs I should have and viewers? Do I need to start shilling more? Do I need to start offering stuff more for subs?
This poster once again picking up the up this time.
I think that might have been my only... I think I've had 2 subs this stream. And one of them was because I said I put a boaster. 1-to-1? 1-to-1? You guys gotta fucking step up. You guys gotta step up. You need to start twerking on stream, you'll definitely get subs.
They look for a 7-5 half.
Yeah, just a little bit of a positioning mistake this time from Texture is punished by Chronicle.
500 to 1.
Spot out.
1 to 10.
Got the wall bang through
You
the
guys are
box.
giving me
Just
some
solid foot. Right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been Fnatic's goal.
Can we talk about Anders? For Fnatic last year? Anders gave us some... there were some things Anders gave us. Specifically some play patterns for Boaster in mid rounds around top middle. There were some things. Some defense kind of ideas I spoke to him about, but we never really resolved them properly, I don't think. Yeah, we never really resolved them properly.
Left. Foxy9 got his ult there off that kill in the death. So now you've got everything.
You should get more emotes.
To work with here for Gen
But we have 7 TV, isn't that what people like? The GIF emotes?
Playing back once again. Not going to get spotted.
I think Send Sunset might be the best right now.
Strategy here.
Just do yoga. Guys, surely I shouldn't have to do... Surely I shouldn't have to do yoga on stream to get subs.
Yeah, with all that util over on the other side. There's the Hunter's Fury from Ash.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall, and he does.
They scale up A again and then just die to an
We'll
ult.
have to wait for the last round of the half. As he ends up hitting
See,
the floor.
now they're in a position where they go up here and then they just wait. They don't know what to do. Yeah.
Fnatic still interested in this side of the map, or at least being very slow to start.
Sex cells.
Poster will shift over
That makes me feel
south
worse
there.
because that means that like my natural sexual aura isn't selling.
Dodge the Sonic
Give
sensor.
them an inkling, yeah. Just is able to strafe through that. That's going to put him on a deep line in towards Boba.
They've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by Gen G.
Recon ends up getting cleared. The jiggle peak. Did he go wide?
It
enough
got
to
you
spot
two.
out the
No, it
operator?
didn't. It got me
Hard to say,
one.
but still able to avoid the shots all the same.
I don't think it was even that.
Munchkin seemingly is reading this so very well.
Unreal.
Just stream shirtless already. I need to go to the gym for about 6 more months, and then I'll stream shirtless.
Try to counteract, but do they expect the Foxy9 is similarly?
Give me about
playing
6
out of B
months.
main? Seems like the answer is yes as they go for back site plan. There's the jiggle out. Be cautious though. Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashy's nearly having them lined up. Is able to find the first.
Actually, I don't know. It's 6 months to be fair. I might. I think I should. Yeah, I should have started cutting by that point. If I'm still bulking in 6 months, then I'll just be fat. And I don't think anyone wants to see like chubby mini shirtless.
Collecting the kill. Texture will fall. 2v2. Ash contained back within the smoke. Should be dead. Still somehow is able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to Poster
Concentrates over.
to try to clutch this out. Look for the re-ping here. And Poster just going to be playing the timing. Ash, this time not near.
School kill. Battle against Crashies. Has to get the TP over to win some big
Aren't
ones.
dad bods in right now? Yeah, but it won't be dad bod. I think it will just be kind of
Aggressive push.
yeah.
Suspected that was Alpha saying one more. Make that
I don't think
Then we're still in a good spot. Poster going for a TP backside.
like the dad bods you see on Twitter are people who've worked out like the strongest people in the gym kind of vibe. You know what I mean?
And he's Scott just fighting at him with an operator. Excuse me. What is that?
My dad bod ain't gonna be me benching 300.
The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes,
Yeah,
he does.
texture diff.
Just fighting it.
I remember watching this yesterday and watching it back a few times.
Ends up giving up.
Ludicrous.
And he's Scott just fighting at him with an operator. Excuse me.
Fnatic just gave up and started just going A, and then because they don't know how to play this
Munchkin
map.
in particular.
Like, I don't think Fnatic really know what they're doing.
Suspected that was Alpha saying one more. Make that 7-5. Then we're still in a
I'm
good
very
spot.
concerned
Folks
why
are
confused
going
why
for a
this didn't
TP
ever be
backside.
split.
Is it red? Some eyes facing in towards
Why
that
were they
direction.
hanging around middle so
Ends up
much?
giving up. And he's got this fight. The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does.
What? What is
We
that?
randomly goes to gym and come
That
back
is
super
one of the
jacked
most
like Sliggy.
ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen. And I have to see it back.
I'm hoping that like I sleeper build it a little bit, where like I wear kind of like baggy
16-4.
stuff, and then like wear like stuff that you wouldn't notice on broadcast, and then one day I'm just gonna give it and wear like something a bit more like a Zelsis vest or something. And you guys be like, what the fuck happened there? And then they're gonna go over to Boaster and fucking knock him out with one punch. And then me and Jason are gonna go to the gym together, and we're gonna be giving it.
I could two.
Like me and Jason will start benching each other.
And now comps. Gen G and
Fighting in mid.
To be fair, I could probably already bench. I could bench Jason. That guy weighs nothing.
Texture on the jiggle peak. Spots out plenty. And it seems like they favor their chances, so they want to try to push forward off of this. Spam looking for some damage, none to be found.
yeah, I wanted to maybe. Whoa.
It's okay, well, Spam looking for some damage.
Jason weighs the barbell. Leo did have a pre-game routine, but I can't remember what it was.
Favor their chances, so they want to try to push forward off of this.
Fnatic lost so many man advantage this half. This half. The last half, it just seemed like they got owned.
Spam looking for some damage.
Okay, we talk about walls. We talk about walls. Walls. So this wall, I think, is ass. I think any coach, most coaches in the world are probably going to tell you this wall doesn't really do much. The only reason I can see this wall being useful is because they're not running Cypher or like Fade to get or Raise to get information here, and so the wall just pressures B main enough for someone to solo take it. Maybe I don't really understand it apart from that. I'd prefer just not wall it. Yeah, so I don't really love the wall on B. This wall from Fnatic, I don't really like either. I don't think walling up middle. It seems like maybe I'm now thinking about it. Fnatic seems to be prioritizing middle on this map a lot, to the point where they're standing around middle a long time, and now they're also using a wall to deny something at middle. I was talking with Wendler about this earlier. If you are gonna do a wall like this, I feel like you need to have this segment cut. Like this feels like the most important segment on B right now. If you want to do something on B, if you want to keep backside control or retake through, I would rather this is cut off. So and then this part of the wall, I think fucks Fnatic up a little bit. Like Alpha has to play this awkward position where he's like. It's almost better for him to play this side of the wall. But then it's not using the wall at all. The wall kind of stops him from peeking properly and like keeps him stuck in a corner. It's like really weird. Like I don't really understand the wall, to be honest.
None to be
Wall.
found.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe. Whoa.
It's okay, well, there you go. Damage is certainly found now. Crash is finding one. A little bit of a split fire coming through from Foxy 9, but
Taking mid is good on defense. You take the attacker's rotations path. I think taking mid is good on defense as a reaction to something happening. I think just pushing down mid on defense is not a good idea, though. And I don't think you need a wall to take mid on defense.
of damage can't come away with any kills.
Gen G trying to catch Fnatic off guard there by doubling down on that.
I mean, you can, but like, let's count how many rounds this game that this part of it comes into effect with pushes out. See how many rounds.
Move a muscle. They held their
Genji was to pressure main and force reclears, no. Nobody even plays for reclears on B main anyway. It pressures B main, but this is space on the map that most teams can get for free every round anyway. Is Chamber of Vice viable on this map? I would believe so, yeah.
They were ready for Foxy's off angle attempting to be created. They shut it down mightily. Now you'll go over to Chronicle.
Flanking is strong. I think flanking is extra. Like I stole like a protocol. I don't know if Paperworks realized it, but like they had a very good protocol where they would push out here, and they would have a very good retake on A. I think pushing out B side for flanks is actually more difficult. It was the ideal situation in the post-plant meta to like have people come this way and like disrupt flank, but it was actually surprisingly difficult to get flanks off there in timely fashions. I feel like, I think the push outs to A though were actually very good, but that might be more to do with the fact that like we just sucked here or something for this. The TLDRs of flanks are useful on this map. What I'm trying to say though is I don't think the wall actually is necessary to do flanks.
Here. Takes a bunch of damage through that box.
Answers him back, sticks around.
Patman's very good with those timings.
A little bit more.
I gave him one timing to try on a map, and he fucking hit it every single time for an entire official. And I was like, okay. He had the balls to just do it every round as well. That it was valid. That every round it was valid.
Sheriff on the
It was kind of crazy.
Flies over, equals out, paranoia to buy some time. Pulls up at bay for the moment, and Munchkin eventually is able to find his target. Chronicle taken down.
You push your flank because taking mid on defensive side.
Really narrow their focus. Two angles of approach with Karen here around the corner. Crossfire attempt set up here from Munchkin, but eventually he's going to be hounded down. Albeit it done. Another pistol loss.
Is Legacy making playoffs more surprising than Wolves making playoffs?
Fnatic once again.
Is that CS? I think it is more surprising, right? I think it is more surprising. Is it more surprising? One sec.
They can maybe overwhelm Fnatic. Fnatic were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys. Let's fucking now. This is what we want to do.
I mean, they beat Vitality. Beating Vitality is pretty a pretty big surprise, yeah. But it's a best of one.
For the side of Gen G, Fnatic. Decently hefty little investment here for him. Trying to get a catch as Khan could be playing forward into the smoke. Just waiting for the exit.
Okay, just eco. Wait. Oh, for fuck's sake. I gotta watch this round. So Kayak's on a terrible angle against Eco in with 40 HP. Honestly, they got no smokes alive. Right? How do I go to the smoke player die? You just play here. They can't smoke you off.
Gen G though, tagged up dangerously low. Fnatic will surrender a bit of space before the moment the plant comes in. Chronicle considering going for the aggro push. Foxy 9 just in the opposite side of the corner.
Oh my god. He pulled util. Alpha jumps down. It's just done.
Both pistols dropped on Sunset, but both ecos won.
I just don't know how they do it. It's just been a mainstay of Gen G. But they are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much damage done early. A scoop up with the Bulldog there for Ash. Translates to another kill. Texture good for 2.
In that situation, as the color, I'd be so wanting to flame Fnatic so hard. Like I'd want to like, but how many times am I supposed to just actually just be negative? But it is an eco round. Like Genji didn't do anything good there. Did Genji really do anything good? Answer no. They swung with classics, bro.
They are pulled off for 2. Real comeback maybe brewing. Alpha with the hero rifle.
And a Sheriff there as well. Saying, excuse me, let me use you as my meat shields. You stand in front. I've got the firepower. And I will shoot your corpses as they look for the kill on the Texture, and he falls down to 3 HP. Forces the paranoia out, and somehow and suddenly, Fnatic continue to look to turn the tides. Swing in, the damage taken count. The hero rifle on the floor.
Alpha, you fucking noob. You got 2 kills from this position. Now reposition. You gotta think like an AWPer. Think like a Counter-Strike AWPer. You don't go for the same fucking peak again. You go like you're now. I'd be like, bro, okay, fuck it. I'm going like he either just goes like somewhere on B or literally comes all the way to elbow. We also got to start considering how do we get these guns, because we want these gun upgrades. So what can we do? I think that it should be. It's probably correct for him to go market to reposition, just because he needs to reposition. But then we can use this wall to walk out together and then take the guns later on. But instead he gives up all of... He gives up his life, he gives up the gun, and all the pressure on middle, and info on middle.
Put the hero rifle on the floor. Maybe try to go for the recovery on that.
Now these three should just push out, or at least these two should push out A and try and get the guns.
Slow approach.
Why? Oh? There are guns, aren't there? There are guns.
Damn. Lurking there. They don't call
They did take them?
good
towards a nice position.
No, they didn't, did they?
30 seconds left. Out of here.
Way onto the
Oh, the Viper takes it. Okay. They take them now. Okay. But then they've fucked with their rotations up.
It's gonna be a stack. Rifles retrieved here as well for Fnatic. He's got a lot of firepower in this retake. Drone doesn't see anything.
Massive opportunity for Fnatic to get themselves right back into the driver's seat. The push coming through. Up over the top, Foxy 9 finds the first, immediately back pedals. Net not gonna go deep enough for the hit. Boaster should have been spotted out there. Slide in, Foxy 9.
That was nice by Foxy, to be honest. Tracking that was quite nice.
And GENG is infallible. Close but no cigar. A great run for Fnatic, but GENG now find themselves up 10 to 5.
I mean, you've got Alfier firing again early for Fnatic. So many of those rounds on split would translate into wins. But
It's so funny. In 2023, I was discussing it with a... I'm not going to name who, but they were basically saying that like there's no good Korean players. Like they're like, oh yeah, DRX are good, but like there's no other good Korean players. And then like 2 years later, like Korean Valorant is just insane.
Poor guy's been put through the ringer today.
If I told you who it was, you'd laugh so hard as well. You'd laugh so hard. It would probably get a Reddit thread. It'd probably get a Reddit thread.
Gotta worry about the Hunter's Fury here.
It wasn't someone like that, no. It wasn't someone like that. Thank you, Deluxe. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Everyone on GENG, other than Munchkin, tagged up, but still able to find one.
It's funny because you guys are not even close. It's hilarious how unclose you are.
The drone coming through, Munchkin lays it at his feet. Finds the kill, and now gives the player the advantage. Barrier mesh to be cleared out here. On the approach from Munchkin.
Me. Me. It was me. Yeah, it was me. I self-reported. It's so funny. Durka, DM me with who you think it is. If you get it right, I'll give an extra clue to the chat. If you get it wrong, then I'm not giving no extra clue.
Does connect, but they have to back away and go for the save. They need these weapons. The GENG will get themselves up to 11, 3 rounds in a row now. Fnatic very much find themselves on the back foot.
But it's just snappy shooting again for GENG.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. That might be the case, Durka, but that's not the person I'm thinking of. Yeah, you're not close either. You're not close either. Like you guys are thinking, you're not thinking smart enough here. You're not thinking it through.
Finding so much value as well. And it's so tough. Yeah, he knows they were all low HP. But they just didn't have the bodies available.
Achilles is like Achilles is like the kite. Yeah, like Achilles is the best guess so far. And I can't say why, but Achilles is the best guess so far. See, look, I knew you guys. You guys are start just saying like pansy and paper thin. No, you guys fucked it. You're not thinking correctly.
You're gonna go for a stinger there. And a guardian.
Immediately you just start saying casters. You guys aren't thinking this through. You guys aren't thinking this one through.
look to contest.
Why would Pansy say that? I mean, why wouldn't she say that? She might think that's the
They're just
truth.
leaving this wide open here, as they're expecting some kind of aggressive A hit. There's Gen G
Termy.
in the same realm.
Okay, you guys are now thinking along the right lines. Okay, so I've given away the clue. You guys are now thinking along the right lines.
Spot. Just gonna be
But now I refuse to answer who.
leading with Kayak, trying to play off of it a little bit at the find a pick reveal, sees the tracer, send some shots, but
Okay, you got it wrong again. You're going down the wrong. You're going down the complete wrong path again. You guys are idiots,
A little
man.
bit of an awkward position. I think they might know
You
he's
guys are
there.
the
Saw
worst.
recon come out.
You guys hear a name and then you just start immediately word associating with that one name and not thinking about all the clues I've given it. I've given loads of little clues. You're not tying them together. In True Detective Season 1, think like that guy. He's got all the pictures. He's trying to line them all up and he's trying to. There's little red pieces of string going between all the pictures.
Looking to see if Fanatics
Like
can
you
try to
guys just hear one name and you just fucking word associate with that one name.
Crashy's sending out the recon.
It's me. Yeah, it's me. Okay, wait. Finally, the wall's got value. Oh no, it hasn't. They don't even use the wall. I was about to say, look, they've used the wall to clear middle. Oh wait, they didn't even need it.
Opens.
looking to see if Fanatics going to try to make a peek.
So they use it to try and hold. I mean, it did delay them through middle, so I guess technically it did get them kills. And then Alpha is in a dumb position. So I guess we got to give Wall credit a little bit there.
What to do? Just really well thought out, really well planned. And as soon as Gen G got stuck there, they didn't really have an exit strategy.
Love joining the chat and being called an idiot.
Doubling down on this a
That's
little
what
bit
you're
again.
here for.
Seems like just texture,
That's what
though,
you're here
this time,
for.
Going out on an exploration mission.
When did artists live in Korea? What?
Gives up market, just back
You guys, I'll be real with you. The name has been put in Twitch chat.
You could use this Hunter's Fury
The name has been
potentially
put
to
in
just scale
Twitch
into
chat.
sight. Just holding that angle.
And you guys are along much closer of the ideas. You guys are a lot closer. Every name has been put in. That's true. That's true. I'll DM Kim the name. Yeah. Sarah gets power here. This is what I should do. I should just now say if I get 10 subs, I'll say the name. But I won't. I'm not going to. But that's how I should do subs. If I was if I was a man of less values, you're about to gift. No, I feel really bad about this one. If I said openly, I'd feel quite bad. Like, there's probably talks that I've had that I wouldn't want people knowing about.
Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP. Even going for the save, impossible.
Sorry, let me actually watch this a little bit. Sorry.
It's all of Gen G. Cluster here in the B main.
You could use this Hunter's Fury potentially just scale into sight.
They're gonna lose a BX sec with Viper Cypher backside. Is the fact that they've got no smoke covering this gonna hurt them? So he gets spitting. Alpha's on net. Imagine if right now that the wall did actually help them secure the backside. Instead, Kron is by himself. I mean, he gets a... How many times are Fnatic players... This has happened twice now. Fnatic players love dying mid-air. It happened on the anti-eco dying mid-air, and now Kron's dying mid-air. I swear to God. I still think this ward is kind of useless though. Neither Alpha or Kron would be dead right now if their wall actually cut off this part. I think because Kron could come and support Alpha taking out the net, and the wall would just cover him taking out the net, unless he just wouldn't do it because he gets spammed through the wall.
Shock dart here towards Ash. A bit of damage gonna be suffered, but the counter spam from Texture. It flushes out the enemy Sova. A 2v4. player's economy in a decent position, so it seems like the call is going to be to try to make a play of this one, but Boaster is just being sprayed through the
The
smoke.
net again, yeah.
Grab that
To be
back,
fair,
Kayak trying to get the hit.
yeah.
Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP. Even going for the save. Like Brad.
Figure out back over. Just lock down those sights so nicely.
Hit on main. Munchkin, I think, previously wanting to try to take this orb for himself. To get
Okay, nice Viper ult.
but far too risky with the decaying play, so wisely decides to back off after clearing out the tripwire.
Got their heads a bit. Clearing that trip.
And Alpha's in a position now to... I think they're a bit worried about Neon server ult. Like, if server ult comes in here or Neon ults through, then Alpha's fucked. So Alpha's just playing the pivot spot up here. If the Neon ult comes up through here, he could just duel it. And if it goes through here, you can obviously try and get kills with Trip. So nice from the coaches to get Alpha to play this kind of position here.
See what they want to do.
Because if Alpha wasn't taught to play this position, I don't think he would.
Kayak instantaneously able to find the kill on Munchkin. The rest of the team now just sprint forward in towards Market. Gets the reveal off the trip, but cannot collect the kill. Off the air. Position going to be known.
Oh,
Fnatic
fuck, he's
prepare,
dead.
quickly getting themselves into a good spot, trying to go ahead. Position going to be known. Market gets the reveal
The
off
only
the
thing
trip.
is that he used the caged here when he should just be containing this, and then he can cage himself if he needs it. Ah, it's so subtle though. It's so subtle. So subtle. He's been absolutely fucked. It's a nice exit from Genji. And then Kron's done really well here to get a timing out of the Viper ult. I don't love that play from Kron, but it worked. I mean, I guess it didn't because they lose this round, right? Yeah. TLDR. So the TLDR of the series for me is Fnatic Haven attack and Fnatic split defense. Poor game plans, to be honest. I think that Genji showed compositions that have ways to play around them that Fnatic weren't doing very well. I think split defense was very poor. I think Haven attack was bad, but like it's bad. I find it bad because I know what Boaster is capable of on the map. The split defense was just bad because they didn't come into it with a good idea. Like I would expect more from their attack here, but I kind of get it. This I thought was poor. Sunset, it's just a question mark. Like I don't know if they know what they're doing. I don't know what was going on, to be honest. They seemed a little bit lost. Scribblings of a mad child. I can write kind of okay sometimes. My handwriting is not the worst if I try, I feel like. Do cursive. What's cursive? That's me not trying at all. I don't know what cursive really is. Bro, we don't learn cursive in my country because I'm not one of those weird countries. Why would you need to know cursive? Yeah, in your adult life, what the fuck is cursive? Cursive is so convenient. You're British, what do you mean? Bro, I can't believe we colonized your countries and pretended that we cared about cursive. Like you guys got absolutely owned. Like not only did we do that, we then taught you nonsense. Bro was there. I mean, if I wasn't there, but my ancestors may have been. Look, I'm using some British guilt right now. I'm using British guilt right now. Like, I'm saying we because I feel bad for you guys. Like, if you guys want me to, if you guys think I'm like nothing, if there's nothing for me to be guilty of, then sure, I'll take it. I'll take it. We people in Birmingham learning cursive. That's because we're just trying to get you guys to sit down for 2 seconds and just distract you. We did like joined up handwriting. We did like handwriting lessons, I guess, where we try and join up our handwriting. But at no point did we like sit down and like really properly have cursive lessons or something. I thought cursive was an American thing. Okay, right. I'm gonna fuck off. Is the stream live yet? Oh, stream is live. Why am I still here? Yeah, go away, guys. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Anders raid? Anders, what's his name? Anders TV? Anders underscore TV? Well, I don't know what it is. Okay, right, we raid Anders. Right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on for more VOD reviews tomorrow. Oh no, we play tomorrow. We'll be co-streaming Paper X tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some co-streams.